Hello, beautiful souls. How are you? I welcome you here. If you are returning, welcome back. If you are new, hello. So this is going to be an explorative journey video in regards to something that I feel is evolutionary important to discuss. And typically I stay away from a lot of different like controversial topics or media hype type things. I tend to not really follow anything, even though I am like on social media and stuff like that. Like I really don't know what's going on in the world. Like I hear things through social media more so than, let's say, the news or TV or something like that. Or the radio, things like that. So, or just I hear it in passing, or I just intuitively sense, and just then something will sync up and align, and I'm like, oh, that's what's going on at this time. Oh, now I understand a little bit better. But I truly don't really, for my personal journey, that's not my path to like really involve myself with certain kind of energies. And it's not that, I'm avoidant or, whatever. It's not part. See, we each have our own evolutionary piece to contribute. And with the fudge, everyone is free to choose what mission impossible, possible we're going to be on. And we don't need to overly explain ourselves, or justify why I like to watch this channel over this channel, or this channel over this channel, or I put something over here rather than over here. Like it's just personal preference, path, and where you feel inspired to spark your lens, for evolution. So anybody that got something to say about how you vibrate, elevate, generate, regenerate, recalibrate, entertain, and all this kind of motherfucking stuff, clearly is so out of whack with themselves that they think that they could bring their own living hell to come and tell you why you talking about this, or why you doing that, or why you following this path, and why you doing this, and why, or you find that interesting, or that's so this and that, blah, 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 right? It's like, okay. So I'm just at a point in my own journey, and I get passionate when I speak like this, but where I don't give a fuck what you think about what I got going on and what I'm doing in my life and how I do it in my life and how I could present myself, represent myself, or speak or be artistic and free and without judgment and jury from who the fuck is you anyways, right? Kind of thing. And it's just like, and it's just a liberation of 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 alignment, consciousness and alignment, right? Utopian concepts, because that's what, all my social media platforms are about anyways. It's this utopian concept of ideology, of inspiration and motivation that got me on my elevation and evolution. And I'm accepting no motherfucking substitution. And that's the kind of revolution of inspiration and motivation and dedication I have in my own path, in my own lane. And that's how I vibrate and align and alchemize in every kind of way. And so I celebrate and I share, going against my introspective layers, realizing I'm an ambivert anyway. So we could just dictate and path and align in our crystallization form and just, do our do, because it's way overdue. You know what I'm saying? So I encourage all of you, whomever taps in, turns on, tunes in for whatever reason you be, even when it's on some fuck shit spree. But we each got our piece, and that's part of our part, and it's coming from our heart. So fudge the opinion of folk that like to poke because they in a crisis within themselves, that they have this living hell. And if you live to tell and you look, oh my, you enjoying life, or You real authentic and as can be. Inspiring me. You are too. See, but I hate everything. You know, whatever. And I refuse to acknowledge and the crows and stuff. There they go. 2. So there's 2. So anyways, so I've actually kind of, from my long hiatus of really not like watching television or movies, or not really following mainstream media or social media in that way, just being more one tone in every kind of way, like just posting what I post and doing what I do and stay in my lane too, and not really knowing what's going on in every which kind of way, and just picking up intuitiveness and other kind of stuff, and however it plays out and stuff like that. But I can't say that anymore, and it's just interesting, and the funny denial that I found myself in, because I started watching stuff like my daughter like forcing it, and my best friend forcing it, and I'm just like, okay, these people want me to watch shit with them, so I have, and in my resistance of watching stuff with them, I found enjoyment in some of the stuff that I would be watching with them. So I found myself, even though resistant was my nature, because for those of you that may not know, for the last 10 plus years, since because of my empathic nature, I had sworn off 10 plus years ago all news and media and worldly things, because it was, and I was going through another massive kind of tower awakening and evolution in me, that it was just too much stimulation for this highly sensitive and conscious that be me. It was just too much. And I'm strong water too in my own placements and chart and stuff like that, and so I can't be crying every day. I can't. I got things to do. I can't be in this state of emotion that is turbulent and stuff. So until you work through, those kind of things, it's not that you're being avoidant too. It's being responsible for your vessel in that kind of way. I had sworn off of all news and things like that, because I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, I'm done with this shit, right? I'm done with this shit. So, and it was easy, surprisingly, because, you don't realize how much time you can waste. I don't want to call it waste, because you know what I'm saying, because there's entertainment in that. I want you to watch my videos the same way that somebody makes a movie and they want you to watch their movie, and the same way that someone makes a TV show and they want you to watch their TV show, and the same way someone makes I get it. You understand? This is entertainment for your entertainment. I totally motherfucking get it. And of course, and then the idealism of it would be, may we find the loving support of one another to further inspire and motivate one another in loving support that's healthy, wealthy, stealthy for us all. But, that's just a utopian concept after all. And so, so we have these choices to make about how we're going to deliver with authenticity, with integrity, with our own inner standing for our understanding and our overstanding, and whatever the case may be. Anyways, but so literally, successfully for 10 plus years, I truly didn't watch TV. I don't have a TV. I still don't have a TV. We do have a TV, and our little Zen area and stuff like that for gaming and stuff. Like I said, my daughter, has a lot of stuff, and so, but for 10 plus years, even with all of that, I didn't watch shit. You know what I'm saying? And I did not know anything that was going on up until present day, this last year, let's say, where 2 people, air quality sign 2, getting me back into that finding appreciation for stuff that I enjoyed before. It wasn't that everything was horrible and stuff like that. I just needed a break from it, you know? So it's like, now I'm like a hiatus, but responsibly too. And, you know, you can't have, and I remember back then I had so many shows that I was into, like So You Think You Could Dance and all these things that I were like, what is it, DVR record? Like, I don't know, like record when, you know, because I was always in my busy alchemy. So it's when I get to watch it, you know what I mean? So, you know, I understand. I had shows. I watched soap operas. One of my aunts got me into soap operas in my late teens, and I was, you know, watching All My Children, One Life to Live, General Hospital, did all these things. I had my own shows growing up, you know, that I enjoyed. So I get it. It's an enjoyment process, but like, you know, I think just a lot of people in our conditioning in our society that I just observant of reality, and it's not to attack anybody and say any kind of thing. I just think we waste a lot of time and so much overstimulation of outside of our own hives that we just need to rethink our align. And if a hiatus is something that you need to do to regroup, to see what really be all about you, stimulating you, and why you do what you do when you do, and what time are you gifting to you, and how you want to move and maneuver. Are you even maneuvering, or are you a robot, or whatever the case may be? And just, you know, like, are you so reactive to everything and just lost in lostness, you know, and in this abyss of overstimulation and missing this component of self that is here existing, you know what I mean? And then whatever, tapping into the 3D reality of absentee avatars, you know what I mean? And just like, there's just so many things, and it's just like, what is me, what is not, what is, you know, what is going on here? What's really real? That was one of my strong meditations for 10 plus years too, is what is really real? That's just what I want to get to the roots of this. What is really real? Okay, here, like, because there's a lot of stuff going on. And so in that, like, and I know that, and it be that, it's reality as fact, you know, but am I delusional to certain kind of things that, you know, especially when you're like that lone crusader, that black sheep, or that oddball out, and eccentric folk that just are in your grouping, in your setting, the one to, you know, enlighten and elevate and inspire and motivate and do the right thing, because you're on your evolutionary ruling. And that's dope as fudge, because if you're here, that's what you are about. And I'm no longer addressing the other, you know, energies that here, just this is like a classroom setting for them, and for everyone else it's just like residence, and take residence and enjoy the sacred space, a place that is created here for us to enjoy and to evolve some more and further inspire our evolution, you know, and whatever. So anyways, long introduction to what the fudge this video is going to be about. Entertainment. This is entertainment for your entertainment, and you are solely responsible and accountable for your own entire being, and whatever brings you here, may you be receiving the breeding of seeding that is here for the alchemy of you in wholeness, mind, body, heart, and soul too. And may you receive the eat the fucking mana, eat the fucking mana, eat the fucking mana that is here for you, because there is dopeness in that too, in the revolution of you, the evolution of you, that you continue to do all the things that you do in the way that you do, because you is the dopest right here. And this is not hocus pocus, but this is some, you know, like I said, entertainment for your entertainment. And there is mana in here. And for those of you, we're making clear about the thieving that be going on over here, and the interest that I have taken now in a certain very public media frenzy. And although I am not, okay, because there are going to be people that come in and be like, oh, there are so many other things to be going on in the world, right? There's so many things to be going on in the world for you to be concerning yourself with this kind of media distraction from that which is really happening all around. But guess what is happening all around. All of it. All of it. All of it. All of it. So you take your cracker whacker, right? And you go set your own platter and talk about what you think matters. Okay. And go entertain yourself in pockets of places that are going to stimulate your own cosmic juices, right? Instead of feeling so quick to go opinionate, point, and do all of this. When you think that that's going to fix, no, troll be this kind of energy that we're just like, okay. So, you know, the avoidant of me previously, for all the years that I've been on my social media platforms, I am very reserved. There are a lot of things that I intentionally hold back from doing on my lives and yeah, like and my recordings, because I'm mindful, you see, of just a lot of things, and just my own positioning too, of the kind of influence that I know that I do have in terms of the kind of people that can come across my stuff. And I just want to be mindful of what message I'm also putting out, although eccentric and over, like, not of this world I can be in topic, genre, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's a mix of a lot of, you know, ancient things coming into this 3D avatar like this, you know what I mean? With lots of personality existing within this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, what was I saying? Alright, so this is just a divine channeling, and I don't, you know, whatever. I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about, when I want to talk about, how I want to talk about. And the more that I do these kind of talk about these kind of things, the more the energy that is creating, right? The alchemy of an elixir that is a fixer, that is universally shared, because the energy here is the energy out there, because how I feel within is everything that I give on without. And so that's what evolution is all about, and that's what this channel is about. That is what I'm about, whether this channel exists or not, whether any other social motherfucking media platform. Hold on, please. It is a work thing. Anywho, I don't know what I was saying anymore, but I do know what this is all about. And if you're all about, like, getting to the root of every part of you, in wholeness vibration, wellness vibration, in alchemy vibration, in honest vibration, a elevated vibration, a prosperous vibration, and, you know, and when I speak of vibration, I speak of it in an energy. When I speak of energy, I speak of really getting into the within you to really understand your understand, which is, if you can even understand the concept of both concepts of understand and understand as energy and understand as energy, you know, and all these kind of different things, and in as within exudes on out, and really getting into the truth of what you be all about, and being as true to you as you need to be true to you, without any hiccups too, even though there'll be a whole external environment around you that will try you in some kind of way. I just think that there's so much to learn about the world today and our place in it. And it's going to require us to really examine it in the places that we feel ourselves drawn to by our interests, by the things that we find resonance in, and really scoping it all out like an examination, but, you know, freaking consciously present. Be consciously present in that which entertains you, so that you can be educated by your own fucking experience. So that's what this is about too. So it's like, never mind the media hype about what this is all, you know, people coming in and be like, oh, everybody's paying attention to this Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial, which is what this is about. So sad. But, and my interest in this comes from an evolutionary educated experience of a healed perspective, looking in at a dynamic that I myself have had as an experience here in this life, and really evaluating that which I might have missed in my entrapment, my entanglement, in my abuse, in my victimization, in my kind of, environment that wasn't healthy, wealthy, stealthy for me at the time. And when I was going through it and going through it silently too, going through it, and now having the opportunity to witness, whether it be true or not, Hollywood what, or this and that and stuff like that, it doesn't freaking matter. The evolution of the education that can happen here about shit that goes down, and the unhealthiness of toxicities in our mind that can develop over time and really crucify and damage others too, because as within exudes on out, and all this thieving energy that be about like some crazy shit, like, you know what I'm saying? And to be able to look at it from the perspective of genuine concern, looking at this, like, because you're not in this, like, if there's a lot of people emotionally reactive about the injustice that they feel Johnny Depp has encountered due to the believed through many kind of things, how Amberheard lied on him and really tried to ruin him, and for a while was successful in her lies, right? And I just gotta be careful about how I say certain kind of things. But again, going back to the beginning of this video, in case you missed the message, I don't give a fudge what you think about how I say what you say, because how you receive is how you perceive, and that got nothing to do with me, okay? Whether we agree or disagree, okay? If you're here to be argumentative or combative, go make your own damn channel if you have one, and go talk about it over there, okay? If you want to be mature and you want to be healthy, wealthy, stealthy, and you want to contribute to anything that is being said or shared here in that kind of way, whether it's in disagreement to what I gotta say, by all means. But if you got some other kind of fuck shit, troll like vibe energy, and you just want to be nasty and all those kind of other kind of things, I'm gonna be nice to myself, right? I'm not gonna let your anyways. So there's major concerns, right, in regards to the evolution that you can learn from this case, whether it's real or not, whether it's fucking fictional, whether it's theatrical, whether it's Hollywood, whether it's whatever. The topic in itself is a genuine interest of mine, due to my own 3D in this fucking life experience. And I'm not going past lives, and I'm not going all that kind of multi-dimensional systems. I'm going in this 3D reality, the abuse I have endured, okay, and have risen the fuck up from, and my own personal experience of what that is and what that looks like, and how that feels, and just how it looks like, what it looks like, the identification tag that you see when two victims get together that can be comforted by one another's presence, because they both know that the other one understands in some way how the other one feels. And it's with compassion, genuine compassion, that is just a natural fucking reaction. Unless you're a sadistic beast that got turned into that kind of sheep who lost her own identity, his identity, due to the abuser, captive kind of reality, and turned also into a monster, you see. Because that's another kind of reality that does occur in this life. And unfortunate be those souls that feel that leveling of torture to turn their personal torture as a victim into someone else's too. It's with compassion that I speak for all sides of the situation, because as a empathic, intuitive person who has had her own conditioning and distorted way of handling things that may have been self-sabotaging or hurtful to my own evolutionary growth, because I was making poor decisions or doing things or thinking of things in a distorted way that did not help my healthiness, because it was toxic in theory and thought intermingled with truth and spirituality and all this kind of rationality, that it was just fucked up, right? Energy that was creating many alternate realities of, we don't know what that is, because that's kind of how like I feel as I watch this story unfold. And when I can, you know, I listen a lot more than watch, but for some things you have to watch because body language and just their expression and the theatrics. I cannot begin to tell you the intuition for me watching some of the testimonies and just the and then this lawyer that I was reading about, Amber Heard's lawyer. Like I wanted to, based off of just her position, I have compassion for her too. The humility that she must go through for taking on this case that is just very difficult, very challenging for her to articulate in cross-examinations or I don't know the fucking names of any of these kind of court terminologies and stuff like that, except stenographer, because I had at one point almost 20 years ago, had considered stenography as a career path because I type like 1,000 fucking words per minute and just am that fast in computation and, you know, in intellect too. Like you can bring me on a concept that you think I won't be able to comprehend and explain it to me the best that you can, and I got you, man. let's synergize this, energized for evolutionary purposes, because I'm excited about that, like whatever. So I had to look her up because I was like, how did she find this girl? And because like some of her I'm good. Hold on. Welcome back. So some time has passed. So wherever I left off, I don't know what I was saying, but I do know the topic of conversation that is coming up with these like soap opera, Hollywood, Oracle kind of effects that I'm here just, you know, discussing in my own way, which I hope you eat the fucking manna in every kind of way, that in whichever way you receive it, it is for you. And that's all that revolution of energy, alchemy, mastery that is offered here. Best motherfucking believe. Scripto creator are we, right? You know what I mean? And so I know I get into a whole lot of overly communicating in terms of babbling, because there's a lot of throat chakra clearing here in my channel. So if you are here, understand, overstand, whether you comprehend or whether you're conscious or hip to it, man, that there's an alchemy energized happening here that you will connect with, even if you just pop in for just a hot second. That is going to be a breed of seed of alchemy that is shared with you, that whether you want it or not, because this is intermingling space, unless you got, like, it doesn't matter how much you block certain kind of things existing. You can't, it's illusion, it's distorted illusion about the blocking out of energy that is created. For it is and it is not. It is and it is not, all simultaneously, all at the same time. It is and it is not. That's a quote, I believe. I may have not said it absolutely the way that it is, and I will not be able to tell you who the mother fudge said that. from Jump Street, 21 Jump Street. Back to this Amberheard and Johnny Depp evolutionary oracle of inner sight and healing revolution, coming from a perspective of I've been through that shit, right? I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. I know what it vibrates like. I could sniff out a person that is an abuser without them even saying a word. I see you, I sense you, I feel you, I know what you really be about behind the scenes. I know the trickery, the deceit of what that looks like, tastes like, is like. That I don't give a fudge about this expert testimony of oracleizations, that I am here for rhetorical United Nations, and no matter what anybody can say, oh, she don't know what she's talking about. I don't give a fudge about what you got to say. You got to hop off in every kind of way. You ever looked the devil in the eyes and felt like, wow, you're gonna be the death of me? I have walked through the valley of the shadow of death, and I fear no evil. But before you get even into that sense of empowerment of fear no evil, there's stages to that mofo. Before you gather your strength, before you can stand up for yourself, before you can even speak out or even share your experience when you are going through stuff like that, most times people just keep quiet, even though the people around them know what the fuck is going on, and everybody acts like it's not fucking happening, especially if it's the abuser side that's witnessing what the abuser is doing, but yet they are siding with the abuser through their silence. I think about that. When I was in a domestic partnership of someone who was a psychopath, who beat me senseless, who ignited such a fucking fear that I didn't know who the fuck I was anymore. Because where's tough Jennifer at? I know she exists. Right? The way that, I don't know if you're following the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp court case, whether it's theatrical or not, it's real for many people. I'm not going to get caught up in the audacities of the fabrications of what the implications are of this chick and how the world will crucify her, because they'll discover the thief. That lives in denial. And like I've been nobody's perfect, right? We all have our moments, and we could all act a fool, and we can all say things that we don't mean, and we can really fuck up, you know what I mean, and make a horrible mistake past even our own shame of like, can we have redemption from this? Like, thief. I used to steal. I'm in the evolution for real of knowing that even if someone was to come from the past and want to say something or bring up something from a past, I've had a lot of evolution in my personal lens, that the only way that someone could disturb my constitution is if it is alerting me to aspects of myself that still have been left disharmonized. And so it could be an opportunistic time to inner reflect, to get clear with oneself about what's really happening here. Because like I said before, one of my favorite questions and strong meditations for over a decade has been, what's really real here? And that was me going through even my own deepest psychosis of, am I fucking crazy? Kind of shit. Like questioning every single angle of even delusion, hallucination, vision, intuition, fucking intellectual knowledge I believed, perceived, I thought I had, and what is really real here? I'm conditioning my own conditioning to break invisible chains and patterns of conditioning and societal fucking acceptance and feeling unheard, unseen, and just misunderstood, you know what I mean? And fighting through every fucking battle like a warrior, right? Because that's how it makes you feel, like you gotta be this warrior for real to defend your domain. A lot of it now is an actual domain on metaverses that we can all engage from wherever we are and whatever part of the world we are in with one another, right? Anywho, I've been led, and I am now interested in finding myself doing my own. It has inspired me, which is great, to express even more, one, which is great. So thanks for the liberation of inspiration, of participation that my whole entire conscious being is being deliberate about in terms of how I'm choosing to perceive and not be just like caught up with all the energy external from me, energies that if you're not being conscious to the influences all around and what's really going around, which is the argument of some there where they're so against like all this Hollywood media like popularity that dominates a lot of perceived reality and creates more distorted perceptions from the population to be conditioned into their system that has them focus on 3D perspectives of what you see is what is real, and forgetting about the inner scope and the multidimensional layerings that are everything. Before without came, before out came, first it was within. Before there was a product that was tangible, it first was the spark of inspiration from within. Before someone, before anything ever existed, it came from a within demographic of finally building enough traction to produce something tangible. But everything is first intangible. So most people who have been conditioned into our society of thought processes and are not conscious to their consciousness of where their belief systems and patterns and behaviors stem from, and so therefore just reactive to life and cycle that kind of determined for you behavior that is pretty statistical, and you become one of those like statistics. And then there are those like on an evolutionary like journey which offer the evolution of life itself for humanity, that infinite potential of space to still build traction even when the popularity of most dominations of society structures, no matter what bracket of system you come from, it's indoctrinated into you. Like you come out of the womb spoon fed all that you are to adapt to, and then find your space in the adaptation process of that which is created already. And if you do not fit into that which is already here for you, and you don't know how to adapt to or get along, play along, then it's like a Salem witch trial for those that oppose the dominating systems of dictatorship, because it's like a tyrannical system existing, that all the work that those have been evolutionary on their journey, which is however long life has existed, there have always been, it is and it isn't at the same time. So where there is light, there is dark. Where there is good, there is bad. But these are all human coined terms that I use for linguistic language purposes to convey a message of a meaning of eat the fucking manna, you know what I mean? For grander, I'm the shroom. Eat me. Right? But I'm just done with the judgment clowns. That's the word that came into town, My neurological brain functions heard clown, and I'm not trying to be insulting to anyone, but I'm just, this evolution of mine personally too is about putting down the gloves, like, or nunchucks or sword, like machete, fight, like, and realizing from consciousness perspective, evolutionary perspective, not cyclical perspective, and realizing how challenging that's going to be for me, because and it's not being pessimistic or negative either, because you're being positive and determined and deliberate with your consciousness effort towards your own creation, towards your own reality, and towards your own understanding of your own understanding for your overstanding. So this is you and create evolutionary work that is multidimensional, whether you communicate it or not. This is what's going on. It's like laying down idle in like a shavasana pose, right? If you're not into yoga, shavasana is the end pose, the corpse pose that you rest in pose, the rest in pose to allow for the infusion of all that you brought to collaborating service towards your whole entire mind, body, heart system. And shavasana allows you to allow the infusion to take place by stilling all that is around you. Corpse pose, like dead, like you're laying there still, mindful too, and breathing in and allowing for all this flow to sink in with you, and allow for this intrinsic like synergy to create the environment that you are invoking by doing the yoga or the dance or whatever you do. And then shavasana is that conscious land saying be present here and admire, or like it doesn't have to be an admiration, but see all that you have done. Now take it all in, right? So it's like take it all in, because this is providing to you the key of truth that is for you in order to continue to move, forward. I know I went all over the place, but like, I became conscious of my own nervousness, and this is the part of vulnerability, right? Many of you that do tune in with me and tap and turn on, you're the vulnerability evolver. in your realm of existence. So it's like being that when I teach at various different locations, children's yoga, and the 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 age range that I teach primarily, although I teach all age ranges and have and do throughout the time that I have been involved with the Children's School of Yoga, awesome program that if you're interested, you could go directly over there. Don't ask me about it because that is not my thing. I'm an independent contractor and a wonderful yoga instructor for children that I love to do what I do, and I work for someone that has established this wonderful program for children that I absolutely adore and get the honor and privilege to influence our children all around and helping them to develop healthy coping mechanisms and habits and help with their own behavioral patterns and conditioning by offering them knowledge and entertainment and exercise that is beneficial beyond what their tiny minds can even comprehend, and making it look cool to them. You know what I mean? Because that's how they look at it. They're so cute because the age range that I typically is like daycare, preschool age. So it's like 3, even younger than 3. I deal with 1 and 2 year olds as well, still in diapers. I have children that in those kind of class, the nursery classes, that you'll like for the until they get used to me, because you know babies cry. I'll be having a class full of crying babies. A class full of many of these schools, because they have their own like private school system and stuff. I can't like take video and pictures and stuff like that or share on my like end. It's completely like not allowed and stuff like that. But the schools that I do get to, the ones that you know that I do allow, it's like less than 5. Less than 5. So you know, and then a lot of the times because of their age and stuff like that, I don't know why I'm going there, but whatever the case may be, I am. They I don't even know what I'm saying. But anyways, let me just go to the point of why I even brought them in up, because it reminded me of this. It's like they always want to be line leader, line, L-I-N-E, line leader. So after yoga, and they're going back to their classrooms, and you know, because in some schools, the parents are the ones that want the program for the kids, so certain kids get taken out of class, and I go and I have a location in their vicinity that I teach this group of children, different age ranges too. Or the school is the one that is providing the program, and therefore then I teach the whole entire school and different classes, and I'm there the whole day as the classes are brought to me, like, you know, while I'm teaching them. So when that's that case, when they're brought to me and after yoga's done and they got to line up, you see, all of them want to be first in line. All of them want to be line leader. All of them want to tell the other what to do, how to do, when to do, and stuff like that. And they get bummed out if they're not the line leader, and then if someone is a line leader, they complain about that someone always being the line leader. Like it's like that, like, you know what I mean? And so I go babbling into so many different things, and I'm like, well, what were you saying to begin with? This is why I'm being guided to go live, whether people will tune into. I hope it's less than 5 in the beginning until I get used to it, because going live for me makes me very anxiously, nervously uncomfortable because of my heightened levels of sensitivity and awareness to the energies all around. what the spirit has been working on with me for the last decade or so, you see, is the adaptation of being conscious to all the energies that are simultaneously happening all at once, that my consciousness is just alert to. And there's, people be like, especially when you are very very aware, you're here, you're very aware. When people try to play you with your intuition, or they try you with your intuition, especially when they live in their own self-denial garbage bullshit, and and then it's like your word against theirs, or their perception against yours, and then it's like this whole like war like game with people, because everybody's like upset with the other person in some kind of way, because of this leveling of dispute of energy that goes on, especially when mofos will vehemently deny outside, like especially if confronted with what they silently do, but you're energy sensitive and you see, and you're getting into your truth and your alchemy too. Like part of that realization too, of that awakening evolution in you, part of like when I would be with somebody, right, when I had a relationship, my track record, I'm not saying I have so many, but I'm just saying my track record in realizing something of speech that would be spoken for me as my cue, get a clue about this is through, is if I ever had to say, which clearly I have, because single as I at this moment in time, right, for years, divine, and not even on a messing thing, it's a celibacy thing. It's just that has nothing to do, and I don't even like using celibacy too, because people have to give everything a fucking label. It's like, if the next time I have sex, I'm gonna have sex. Like, it has nothing to do with celibacy. It has to just do with, me and life, and not that I'm not pursued, or that I don't have crushes too, or people don't, that I'm not intrigued at some point in space and time, but prudent be my ways, but and just discipline in that kind of way. And I can't just be physical with someone that I'm not feeling, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people can, and I'm not knocking those people at all. Some people could just have wild, passionate sex with a person, and that's it. No emotions attached to it, but just the lust aspect of it. And okay, you get wild with it and stuff, but I can't personally. And it's not, again, I'm not judging anybody that can and all this kind of stuff. So that has created celibacy for me, because if I'm not vibing with you, or wanting to, or be interested in someone too, I'm not gonna pretend, and I'm not gonna fucking sit here and waste my time either, and I'm not gonna waste yours either. I'm not gonna lead you on. I'm not gonna play this game. I don't got time to play that game. I don't want to play that game. That's too much responsibility. That's too much. And then, I think about that, having been like, on my own for so long, and I'm cool with that. Like, there's no lonely, right? Although it can seem that way, or if you want to travel those lands and you want to get through and make sure, because I had to get through my lonely too, like, like even when I was deciding if I was only gonna have one child, and I'm like, well, I'm getting older, guys, so like, where's my baby daddy number 2 if this is gonna come through, like, because I also was having so many strong connections, spirit baby, right, of like a son, like, you know what I mean? Or maybe that's what I want, and having to dive into the truth, the root of my own truth about where these things come from and what is this and what is what and all this kind of stuff. But it comes up no matter what, whether the reality is multidimensionality, ethereal world, imagination world, mental world, emotional world, physical world. Like, when it comes up or it's being, brought out or experienced and stuff like that, it's for you to really educate yourself about your current experience while living it at the same time, which is one of the most other challenging aspects of being. I hate terminologies of labels and all this kind of stuff, like, but just for easy reference, me saying you'll get what I mean when I say, oh, the woke life, when people have this whole awakening experience, or they're calling it that and stuff like that, this awakening of truth. The awakening is it's really an awakening of truth inside of you that cannot no longer be denied. And this might tie into external things, but it's like when you're consciously creating and participating in your now moments, that doesn't mean you're no longer it doesn't mean that there are not things that you're going to have to sort through, heal through, feel through, go through, align, alchemize, and stuff like that. Because best believe the awakening and the woke is first going to bring everything to the fucking surface, that which is not in alignment with this woke aspect of consciousness that is trending now too. We've got a lot of like narcissistic, egocentric energies leading the spiritual community way in a very superficial kind of way. Again, I'm at no judgment, and I got, but I got things to say. That's the thing that's also so wonderful about this open court case that's available for you to watch on YouTube TV or whatever, if you have a TV and stuff like that. I've actually been tuning into, when I do tune into the live court hearing of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, I've been watching it under, I don't want to say the names wrong, but I know the umbrella guy is one of them. That umbrella guy, right? He's been covering the lives. And then there's another dude, Popcorn Planet. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Popcorn. Let me see if that's it. Yeah, Popcorn Planet. Whatever. That's where I've been tuning into the lives of the hearing, when the public hearing between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and and it's been interesting for me because typically, like as I was sharing in the beginning of this video, is I, for over a decade is 10 years, right? I keep saying a decade, and it's not. Hey. But like, sometimes things could seem so trivial, and it'd be so simple. You're like, wait a minute, because sometimes, like too, especially if you channel, like if you're into spirituality, evolution, divination, and stuff like that, we can give it an affiliation of what we perceive to believe that which is what we are doing and stuff like that. People call it channeling, people call it, whatever the case may be. But, there's different multidimensionalities that can attribute to, like, it's just a matter of wherever it is that you are on your evolution, that is where your configuration of intellectualism is, and that's just it. And I'm at a point in my own evolutionary journey to really understand that concept of reality, that each of us are on our own plane of multidimensional existence. And yeah, we're gonna find people that we're gonna resonate with and like minds, finding each other, but still at the root core of all of that is we're motherfucking Even though we are one, we are still all in this perceived reality individualized. And like, it's just apparent. And so that we are just all different, even though we are all the same, right? It is and it is not at the same time, like, you know. And so respectfully, you have to come to a place within yourself that just accepts that reality of difference without fight, without war, without opinion, without judgment. And for so many, that's a freaking challenging place to be. Because most of the world is doing it. And it's what makes it even more difficult, because how do you heal in the environment that which made you sick and continues to make you sick, when the reality is more, at first, this shit that you're wanting to elevate, evolutionize from, that you're not resonating with, you're not connecting to, and it's not for you, and getting into that line of truth, right? And so from experience, right, I see the reason why I'm led to take part of this Amber Heard Johnny Depp court battle, right? It's really for my own evolutionary educational purposes in regards to the torment, abuse, narcissistic behaviors too, and the reality of truth that maybe I didn't get to see due to all the traumatic experience, you know what I mean? That to be able to see on live, whether it be an act or not, who cares at this time? It's what are you gaining from this reality, whether you like it or not? What can you receive from this manna of life, even if it's make believe, even if it's for TV, even if it's for distraction, because there's so many other motherfucking things going on in this world, and they're trying to distract you so that you don't even look at that which is really going on, right? So you know, distract them with Hollywood, you know what I mean, make this shit public, like, you know what I mean? But either way, no matter the intent behind many of the creations we are given to receive and see, because it's a hierarchy system operating this 3D perceived reality, and it's a reality that many who feel suppressed, oppressed, or victimized by, or less than in this life, because there are powers that be that rule everything, and you feel like a insignificant breed of a seed, or like what you bring is not contributing anything, or you feel a certain type of way, disadvantaged in some kind of way, intellectualizing that this has been an energy created for some time. So this is where, you know, I can be as spiritual as I can be, but I'm very practical in a lot of my applications and mind-bending things, because I like to make that which is abstract and hard to conceive tangible, visibly, through the extraction of the linguistics and the flow that come in through from me out into this 3D perceived reality. It's like light code activations and seed, even if it flies over your head at this moment in time. the processes of your inner divine system computes them at this time. And because you're so open to evolution and growth, the seeds that you already implanted, the seeds that you need to grow, infuses with this alchemy. So building traction more, and this energy that is building too, because all that is also not. Like, so even if reality looks like a different backdrop of that which you are trying to create, you know, one of the most discouraging things and challenges that many of you and I have in common is the rising up from that which could or should and has broken many, and being the line leader, which in this practicality of spirituality, going into some factuality of actuality, of creating that which is in alignment in mind, body, heart, and soul. Many of the fuck ups, right, that many people seem to just let fly over their head when they're manifesting or they're creating and stuff like that, or they're living symbolically and working on their alchemy and their magic, you see, or people that do magic, you see, or practice certain kind of religious practices or beliefs. And I find it interesting how everyone assumes what I am. I've been called a witch pretty much all my life. And sure, that can resonate too in certain aspects. I am very fond of the history of where I find a lot of resonance too. But we're multidimensional, and there's more to me than just being labeled something that other people want to just judge me and say one kind of thing because of my own eccentricities in terms of how I feel called upon to do things, you know, because indoctrinated systems is the conditioned way, and hey, what you doing? You're going another way. Like, you must be this, and you must be that, and you must be this, and you must be that. And that shit is whack. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm excited to talk about this topic because of my own personalization that will be conveyed in the manna that comes up here. You know, I'm just babbling here in terms of what's happening here, right? Like, and how this trial, no matter its reasoning or your, like, so many are just like caught up in the whole drama of it all, right? It's easy to get upset by the injustice that occurs and does occur in many realms of existence. And so this is a I don't know the word. I don't know the word. But this is a very high profile. This is a very high profile case that is being aired. It's like dirty laundry being aired out loud, right? And regardless if All right, so there's many conspiracy theories of, oh, this is just all, Hollywood distracting us for what's going on horribly around the world, that many are closing their eyes to and focused on this Hollywood debacle, right? And missing what's going on, and people getting frustrated and upset, and just being mean to the people that may be paying attention elsewhere, instead of paying attention to what they feel like they should be paying attention to, that's more important for our society too. And whatever the case might be, I see the argument and stuff like that or whatever, but judgment-free zone is truly the evolution that I continue to seed and grow, no matter how much opposition tries to come my way or throw me off my own throne in some kind of way, because they want to be judgmental in that kind of way. I don't sway that way. It's either I vibe with you or I don't, and if I don't vibe with you, I don't fuck with you, and that's pretty much it. And I don't wish you bad, I don't wish you unwell, I wish you the best, but you can, but if you want to keep on coming at me, you can go to hell, you know what I mean, because that's the hell that you're living in within yourself. And I have already worked on for years, mastering the ability to just control myself from ripping someone a new motherfucking asshole when need be. And just, now the desire that once was so strong, because I could rip you a new asshole if you want to sing me some other kind of song, and we can go at this all day long, this roar, but hermit be me, in terms of how I choose to introspect on a lot of things. I don't want to, one of the things that I didn't appreciate, and I was very conscious too as a child, with because I come from a very turbulent household of abuse as well, and neglect, and a whole bunch of shit, you know what I'm saying? And having been eyewitness to loads of violence while growing up too, and the premature death of my mother, before the age of 10, and the hell that I felt like I went through, and then to leave one hell to go into another, to leave that hell to go into another, to leave that hell to go into another, you know what I mean? And the cycling out of all that didn't serve. And, in between all of that, still searching and reaching for my potential and being ambitious as can be, but just thinking about all the turbulence that was not my peace, that used to exist for me in that terms of reality, evolution that I was on at that time. And so, youthful forever shall be I, but 40 plus years now be my experience. And I don't consider age to be a argumentative factor. Oh, I'm older than you too. There's a lot of younger people. There's a lot of young old souls. My gosh. There's a lot of young old souls. The joke between my daughter and I is that she's the parent for real in this life, because I'm the immature one of the two. It would be me to be the one that's silly in the group, and she's all astute and prim and proper and cute. And we all giggly too, and who? And then she'd be like, Mom, and people be like, what? So this got nothing to do with that, but it's just the fact. So if you watch any and all my other videos, I've been sharing a little bit more about even my TV watching, that I have been influenced to now. I can't say that I don't watch TV anymore. I cannot say that anymore. But months leading up to this, me confessing, there's a confession, because in most of my speech, when people talk about, oh, I don't watch TV, but when the realization of that I'm watching TV now, I can't say that I'm not watching TV anymore. I resisted it. I was like, no, I don't watch TV. No. And I had to address that, because there was a real resistance in my own acceptance to something so, you would think, silly, but really, if we're living symbolically and we are evolutionists who are working our practical magicness, right, then you have to utilize all the magic that is being offered to you in every single aspect of living too. So there's opportunity for you to grow, even in the smallest of circumstances, that you can make a really big symbolic gesture of sacrifice towards, and exploring more and getting to the bottom of your own root of authentic truth to be able to speak for you. And it brought up for me in that term of reality of addressing my resistance to something so silly as I don't watch TV. It made me address the judgment that did come from me now of how I was or being perceived. Because for many people, like for the first 10 years, like when they realized that I don't watch TV, and or if they ever came over my place and they're like, "Where's your TV?" And I'm like, "I don't have one." "You don't have a TV? You don't watch TV?" And like, "Well, what do you do?" A lot. A lot. And and going through that whole decade of experience of shock from people when they realize, oh shit, you don't. And then now to leave that, because I guess, here comes the way of life. It's like, to everyone, it's either one way or the other. It's just like this whole celibacy concept, it could be labeled as that, but I didn't like all of I'm not a serial date. I don't there was only 1 year of my life where I dated purposely that entire year because I wanted to experience something that I had never done before. So I even had created a dating profile. Forgot which one did I use. Anyways, it was me and an old crew of mine, my ex-roommate and my sister. We all created dating profiles, and it was interesting because, and mind you, I was in my 30s. Early 30s, maybe 30, 31, or 28, 29, 30. I don't know. It was later in my years. Up until that point, I've always had just relationships, and there was huge year gaps between my relationships. So for me, in my own way of intimacy, is I've only slept with people that I've been with, you know what I mean? And I don't do that casual kind of, I'm not saying I never have, okay? I'm never saying you never have, because, sometimes we want to experience certain kind of things. So I remember when I wanted to experience friends with benefits, it came up finding a friend that could be a benefit. And I was like, I've never had that before. Would you like to be my friend with benefits? Right? And so then I had that kind of experience too. And that was a partnering of, something new for me, because I wanted to, because that was when I did that, that was, oh, perfect. This is perfect for this topic of this whole domestic violence stuff that's, real. A lot of people resort to violence in order to feel heard or to have everything the way that they tyrannically want it to be. And they'll be the oppressor of you, especially because they can see the vulnerability of you that's going to be the one to allow them to treat you that way. And we can look at that as insulting, be like, how can someone look like they would take abuse? But it's an energy. And when it is and it isn't. And if there's one thing that, if you're on the flip side of evolution now, where, for me, this is very educational, watching this trial, as I witness the the display of each character, persons that come up to speak. And as in tuned as I am in my own confidence of understanding that I'm not second guessing my intuition anymore. I've already walked through that door, and a few years in, okay, I'm not cool in my blue collar in kind of ways that I now, even though, you know, things come up and I still can dive in and question certain kind of things, there's a whole other kind of heightened consciousness that is existing, that is working within my own system of sorting out and organizing and understanding and understanding and overstanding and stuff like that, and all this kind of stuff that's multidimensionally happening. And you need me for a second? What was I saying? This is what life is going to teach me, how to continuously flow with the rhythm and beat that which flows through me, to start to speak it immediately after taking a brief pause, because there will be an audience person, someone listening, to say, you were just saying this, and then I'll be able to continue from there. But if not, I just continue from wherever, because there are so many different multi-dimensional layers that are happening here that I'm here to find the outlet of expression for, in whichever pocket of deliverance is going to be delivered on, in whichever episode it will be delivered in. And the idea of all of it is that you're subscribed to my channel if you like this video, and you hit that notification bell too, because then you could be alerted to the videos that I do upload. I do have, even though the topics of every single video may be different, I don't know. And so when I'm recording, there is always continued flow, and I'm always referencing other kind of videos too, in regards to the continuation, because I do that a lot. Like, where I'm like, what was I saying? And then I just, when I start again, I start somewhere else, like, and it's usually in continuation from somewhere else anyways. So it's just like that. It's like this is a channeling flow. And granted, as I grow and go and whatever the case may be, I'll get more organized in terms of how I choose to deliver, you see. But in the meantime, part of my journey was not about professionalism or doing it like the way everybody else is doing it, and trying to be all showsmancy and all, you know, graphic. And although people are drawn to visual stimulation, and I had my own success with understanding that, and that was with my blog at enchantingbabbles.blogspot.com, when I had made a simple shift of a change to my blog that I had for such a long time, where it created the traction after making that shift of over 60,000 views, and which is now at over 500,000 views and engagement now. And I've had the blog for many years and stuff like that. But, you know, I had taken, you know, we do so many stuff as creators, and I'm a content creator. I create a lot of content on different platforms, and I share a lot of the same content on all my different platforms, so that if you're not on this and you're over there on this, you can catch this, or know to go to this, and all this kind of stuff. So, you know, that requires a lot of my time, and I don't get paid for that, like, you know what I'm saying? And so this is in my creative space of time that I am giving to my own content creations, and, you know, honoring that within myself that wants that too, you know, and starting to enjoy it more and more the more that I do. And part of my resistance in the beginning, many years ago, when I started YouTube, was that I saw so many people's YouTube channels, and I'm like, they do nice editing, they do nice all this fancy kind of stuff, and I don't do any of that. I was like, and I remember the struggles of even like uploading from my phone to the YouTube, and the hours it would take, and the it was just such madness for the first like year or two, when I was getting comfortable filming, because writer's eye, before speaker, I was a writer. I was more comfortable in my writing and only speaking to those that which I built a trust in to speak to, and reveal parts of myself that most other people wouldn't know. You know what I mean? So anyways, what was I saying? Anywho, what were we talking about too? But yeah. Right, but so I'm inspired by this whole entire public display of being a witness in some kind of way to an evolutionary moment of healing that gets to occur for those that are conscious and woke to the extraction of pollution that is actually happening here publicly, that is beneficial. It's like a bittersweet kind of seed of energy being expelled, extracted, revealed, unveiled, to be seen to the world, in terms of the injustices that be and the lies that so many breed, and the dishonesty that is being publicized in order to awaken others further to see with their own eyes the lie, and how entertaining it can be because it's Hollywood, you know what I mean? And you can get lost in that judgment too, you see. But there's so much education and evolution to happen here, especially for those who, whether you're intuitive or not, whether you're spiritual or not, but for those of you whom have had to endure any leveling of abuse, that you know what the fuck that looks like. To see in another, knowing your place, and granted, we all express ourselves in numerous ways. And not everybody's gonna be the same. And everyone has a different display to how they express their pain. And there's a lot of nervousness here too. Like, regardless if this is Hollywood, just think about the position these two actors have been asked to perform it to the public, and to take the publicity in whichever shape, form that it comes in, that reveals itself to the world, that is revealing your courtship, right? This courtship that happened with this wealthy man, right? That is in regards to this marriage, right? What about this marriage? With this main male, that this imprisonment and this expectation within this community that has despair energies spilling on out too. So this is where consciousness benefits you. That no matter what the stage presented purpose is, you're in your power of your own. Wow. Truth. Wow. And so, being in your empowerment of truth, you can participate in a detached, non-judgmental, not able to be triggered kind of way that's going to cause you to be reactive in a distorted way, like most of the mass is being, doing, speaking things, energizing things in that kind of direction. Because injustice is a easy distraction for the public to participate in by energizing more war and roar towards everyone involved or involving themselves with it, creating turbulence and cycles to continue to play out. And that is an energy feed that many of you evolutionary conscious beings are really empowering yourself and seeing that you don't have to be a part of in any kind of way. And so even when you think that your position in this line, maybe you're not front in line like the kids want to be the line leader. Maybe you didn't get to be line leader at this time, but the energy that you are working on, that is mastery and motherfudging needed, right? Because you have your self-education, your willpower, your healing evolution, and your dedication towards really aligning and alchemizing, because you're in search of peace. You want peace. I don't want to fight. I don't want to argue, but we could talk about it. And if we can't talk about it, we can breathe about it. We could take a time out about it. What would love do? I love asking that question. Or what is the ideal way that your true self would want someone to handle? What is the ideal way that you wish someone would handle you in any and all situations? Be that person. Be that role. Be that leveling of consciousness to be the seed that sows that energy. That's why you glow. Right? So I had to go through all the judgments of me even working my way to making a video about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, because typically I don't even do videos. Like, I don't talk about other people. I don't get involved in situations that got nothing to do with me. I mind my business. Even though people seek me, book me, and pay me for me to be involved. After that leveling of service and payment, I want no involvement. And although, especially if you're a recurring and ongoing client of mine in person that I absolutely love, and I'm so grateful for being able to be a part of your journey, that you continuously, like when you need and want, it's like, we have a friendship that gets created in your evolutionary process and journey, and just the checkpoints that we have in your development and evolution and all that kind of stuff. It's an honor. It's an honor. It's an honor. That's why, at first when I started doing my public readings and things like that, this was like many years back, I used to do free readings. I did so many free readings. I didn't charge. And I got drained. Of course, that happens. This is like in 2000, when I started really being public, and I wanted to, I didn't feel confident in my public skill, although I've been doing this all my life. And although the cards have never failed, in its delivery of message or meaning, even when I didn't know the card's meanings and I was trying to be all textbook savvy, because intuitive reader was I always naturally through the cartomancy line, and then it was tarot cards before the age of 9. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, before this cartomancy was like age 4 or 5 because the cards spoke to me. But meanwhile, at that point when the cards were speaking to me, I didn't have a booklet of meaning about these things. And then it took me reading later about cartomancy, like, to learn the cartomancy meaning. And then because I didn't know the cartomancy full meaning, I didn't value my expertise or my knowledge as an intuitive reader, because I, in junior high school and high school, didn't know the cards by heart. And so I'm not a tarot reader. I'm not, you know, but one of the things, even in high school, I used to do readings for people, and I used to say, I said, I don't know how it works, but it works. Even though I may not know, we'll use the book, like, you know, if we were using the tarot cards and stuff like that, I mean, even though I'm gonna use the book, no matter what it is, the cards, anytime I pull them, they're gonna be 1,000% accurate for your current situation. And that's just how it's always been, right? And so, but still, low self-esteem in regards to expertise and all these kind of things. You think you're not good enough for something because you don't have a degree, or because you don't have certain kind of skill sets or experience in terms of acknowledgement from others, or you didn't go to school for it, or you didn't get training for it, or whatever the fudge may be. But intuition and guidance and all this kind of like spiritualism of evolution, of honoring your energy system, got nothing to do with any kind of textbook dynamics of anything that we have created humanly for us to utilize and use. So imagine if cards didn't exist, my intuition was still real. And so it would have showed itself for real in something else that was tangible, that would have been able to share with me this other language of perception, or dimensional reality that exists, that is tapping into this like invisible akashic field. This is the akashic field. Everything that you create is like a an atom, a molecule, a data, and it's inputted into the akashic land of invisibility. Yet it exists. Anyways, it's like off topic of this, but great fortune is here in terms of, and again, that's 26, which is 6, 7, 8. 8 is great. I spoke about this in another video of mine, so make sure you just subscribe, because I talk about a lot of different things, okay? And I try to articulate it in different ways that are going to help you to create the traction to further needed for you to see through the illusion and distorted reality that will convince you that what you see is not real, and make you play with your own mind for real, just because denial is real. Don't be swimming in that denial. Don't go swimming in the denial, okay? And most people live there. So it is with great compassion that, even though this trial has been a little humorous in terms of tactics, and Amber Heard's lawyer, the chick, Elaine, I think that's her name, and her inability to understand what the fuck sustained means, and how you're gonna go and ask the same fucking question 50 million different ways, and all you did was change one fudging word, and then still get sustained, and not be able to ask Amber any kind of question in her redirect fucking thing, and just like literally, she was like, I'm trying, like, in prayer, like, to the air, and I get that too. But it's with compassion, even though I giggle at the, I just couldn't believe I would be so elegant. It's embarrassing, and the humility that each of them are experiencing at this time. And some might say, oh, well, you know, and I hear it too. I hear it in the public bashing of, you know, Miss Heard, right? You know, I I'm never going to feel good knowing the suffering of another being, even if they deserve it. It doesn't make me feel good to know, even if we don't like each other, that you're not well. I don't get any kind of glee or joy at your despair. And I'm not saying in my lifetime that I have not said things to maybe hurt someone else's feelings in spite. But a lot of you too that tune in with me, which reminds me of this whole thing with Johnny Depp, you see that I clearly see, and it brought back some memories and the ability to be able to travel through my own memory lane in this alignment of feeling that I have in every kind of way, to be able to entertain the inner stand of the comprehend that is happening here, to really see and understand the development of that, especially when you're in an abusive relationship and you don't want it to be that way. And then you already have other underlying issues, which caused you to allow this type of relationship to begin with in your own experience, because karmically there are lessons that need to be learned. And he seems to be an evolutionary spirit, Johnny Depp is what I mean, in terms of peace. And he seems to be a person that part of his own addiction or disease, or, you know, one might want to keep on overly emphasizing in the court thing, like nobody said he didn't do drugs, and nobody said that he wasn't a functioning, you know, addict in some kind of way, or using substances on a daily basis, or whatever the case may be. Even that I can relate to, you know what I mean? Being high off of something, even though it was functioning. You know what I mean? To have to be on a substance or some kind of high just to it saves lives. That's my joke in this life. And I mean, again, in my little high saves lives, right? On your own, and just a sad, like, you know, and then just party zone. Like, some people have just lifestyle preferences and ways of being, and it's unfortunate that you can be this jolly being or this generous being, and that is coming out strong in the court case too, which brings me into mind. When this first came out a few years ago, at some time, like, I didn't really follow any kind of media, so I didn't know what was going on, and so I honestly didn't know really much about this story. I didn't know anything about the story. But, you know, I do have a teenager. Oh my God, no, I don't. I have a daughter that's about to be 21 years old. So she had alerted me to the charge that was happening, and I think this was before the UK trial, right? Because this has been going on for years, like, you know, where all this, you know, all this drama having to be dragged out through rumorvilles, through gossip, social medias, and, you know, people that took an interest in this person's, you know, divorce and stuff like that. When she had mentioned it to me, I immediately had said, no, he didn't, no. And she challenged me. And it was a trigger of a moment for me that alerted me to something more that I had to dive into more to see if even what her trigger that she was saying in a rhetorical kind of way, because we, like I said in other videos, my daughter and I are polar opposites, so we, as harmonized as we can be, there's a lot of friction, you see, and so it requires a lot of work from both her and me. And even though she might be the mature old soul kind of like demeanor you see, it is the evolution of we who are hip to this wisdom of putting more into practice, because we are older or more experienced in that kind of life way. It causes you to even like have to bite the bullet too in certain kind of instances or experiences with those that you love or care for, that you're working things through, because the evolution is you and this is a new crew, right? You're gonna have to be the bigger person a lot of the time. If you're here, you are the breed of seed that has been the one to be the bigger person all the fucking time. And all those times that have been undocumented, discredited, not acknowledged, never spoken about. You have a lot of those. If you're here, you have a lot of those. So this new role of evolution within you that is learning truth and truth and truth, authentic be you. And if you're here, this is going to be like a split kind of crowd too, because not everybody here is going to have dealt with abuse or trauma in some kind of way. Although part of my life path has been to work with, meet, get to know, have friendships, so to speak, in my lifetime with people that have a lot of trauma, different kind of traumas. I have taken many, like when I was in school, many different trainings too, and workshops and things like that. And I was, chosen for a lot of leadership kind of things, and group counseling, peer counseling, and, being trained in certain kind of ways of handling very difficult topics of discussion, and always being an ear for those that even when we weren't friends, they knew that they can come to me with this thing that they can't tell anybody. I have always honored, even in my fuck up systems, a person's privacy and truth shared with me, that there are still things that I have and won't say about others who are not even in my life today, who have betrayed me in every kind of way and have stained my name. Things that they know, I know, we know. But I have no desire to do that. So why will I do that in reaction to your energy when that's not how I am? So, it's meeting with you, beautiful souls that are like that. And the sad part of watching the live court with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is hearing the audio that they have both recorded of each other during turbulent times where these people are arguing, screaming. You could hear certain audios where they're twisted, they're both twisted, like drunk and or like on something. You can hear the sober audio tapes, you can hear the intoxicated audio tapes from them both, you know what I'm saying? And the identification of who is the aggressor and who is the true victim to abuse is rather apparent, like, period. But if you need more proof, okay, let's get to the receipts of these audio kind of things and just evidence that they're providing, or you can't really rely on testimonies of people, even if they're telling the truth and stuff like that. And you can, if you're really good at seeing through people and hearing and listening for truth, then you got that discernment up for you. Wonderful. Continue to grow that, because that is something that there's no stopping the infinite growth of how well you can read a mofo even before they even step into the room. Be like, oh shit, that's you. I just sensed you before you even walk into the building. Right, kind of thing. But most of the world is barely listening. And when they are listening, they're grabbing hold to the distorted war taking place and energizing their systems to be reactive to that in a way that only creates more of that. You know what I'm saying? And so conscious creators are you and me. Yeah. And if you're not, then get help with it. You know what I mean? And if you want to talk more about it, you know what I mean? Make your presence here known. Like, you know what I'm saying? But, it's coming into, right, that is the sad part. That's what I was going to say. So, the sad part. Yeah. And when you are abused and you are suppressed and you are oppressed by a person that is truly a tyrant in your life, right? It's got nothing to do with everybody's situation is different. Granted, everyone's situation and everyone's experience and everyone's abuse is not going to be the same, even if certain things occurred to each of you that were the same, like hitting, sexual violations, isolations, the taunting, the haunting, the threatening, the verbal, emotional term, like all of it, right? It's going to be different for everybody. Okay, and we're not here to compare and contrast those differences about whose was worse or more. The fact that it exists and it's an energy in the vortex of traction constantly being built around it, because it exists, it has yet to be transmuted. There is no solution for it at this time, because everyone is not a cooperative component to rid it in full transmutation power in order to elevate from that which could be evolutionized. So that's what my channel is all about. And even when we're going to talk about all this Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, theatrical Hollywood stuff, we're going to talk about it in evolutionary terms, in terms of how you can really, really, really continue to grow too, in terms of the education that is being provided for you in every single kind of aspect of interest that you find yourself drawn to. Even the people that talk shit about the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing, I bet you they read about it. I bet you they follow it in some kind of degree and they know what's going on. Why are you so hell-bent against people that are following it or entertaining it or not paying attention to the things that you think are more important, but yet you're following it too and being part of the traction that creates the draw of this cycle continuing more, and yet you're just in this fighting mode, you know what I'm saying? Like in judgment, judge and jury kind of thing, or whatever the case may be. Anyways, but like so many people are lost in the energy of this domestic violence position that Amber Heard is being called out as lying about. It is with safe intuition power of my own trust and my own intuition empowerment to know for certain that what she's saying. See, and it's even me, and I'm meeting right now the uncomfortable of me that feels like I'm working through the judgment too, because I like part of my oppression, suppression of not communicating certain topics or things, keeping it light, you know what I mean, even evolutionary bright, but keeping certain kind of opinions to myself just because I don't want to raise that leveling of kind of like triggering hell, and or be like part of that energy of trolls that will come in after you if you say or speak anything that is like not of their robotic alignment and position to play in this realm of existence in some kind of way, to be the, remember, the thought of everything is and it is not at the same time, knowing that polarities exist, which I'm going to continue part 2 of the astrology of polarities video that I have part 1 out, and part 2 I'm going to continue with where I left off in regards to the polar opposite signs in astrology. So if you're into astrology and you want to dive in deeper, go check that one video out, which is part 1. I don't know the name of the video right now, but subscribe and you can just be part of every video, you know what I mean? Okay, but what was I saying? There's a lot, but you know, really, what was I saying? This is gonna be funny if it goes on live and I do this on the live. Anyways, what was I gonna say that? Okay, hold on. So, right. Right, anyway, so from like the audios that are being shared on air, you get to conclude from that what you perceive and what you receive and what you hear and stuff like that or whatever. And so many emotions run through my conscious being because I'm feeling a lot of things. Everyone's side there that is creating this thing, and what I really feel like intuitively is that whether this is Hollywood or not or whatever the case may be, one thing for certain that I am receiving about she is the hold that she didn't expect to dig for herself, that there was a lot of like if a person was betting on something, she bet wrong. She thought that because of his kindness and generosity and person that he wasn't going to take it that far, because in her eyes, because of what she believes they have emotionally shared, And remember, there's emotional trauma, like especially when you're involved with a person that is really mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing you. They isolate you. And it's like this game too of depriving you and making you feel a certain type of way and making you feel like with them it's the only way. And then like manipulating the conversations that are shared between these two, because no matter what it is that you say, they twist everything you say, and tiring in every kind of way that becomes that you just don't even argue anymore. Or if you do argue, like you're just done. Like there are audios of him and also testimony where he speaks of hiding out in the bathroom and she disturbing that banging. There's even audio of her like I believe like, you know, don't like go to the exactitudes. I mean, oh, nobody said those kind of things. That's a lie. I'm not. Don't quote me on the facts of whatever it is that I bring up as an example in terms. I could say it off in some kind of way, but it's just to get the gist of the energy of what it is that I'm trying to say and articulate it in that kind of discerning way. Like stop, you know, like whatever the case may be. And I had a flashback of one of my bathroom moments and the banging. Right? Now, oh, and going back to what I was saying about my daughter, thank you so much. So when she had asked me, when she didn't ask me, when she told me about this, that Amber Heard was saying that she was in an abusive relationship with Johnny Depp, and I immediately, just instinctively said, no, I don't believe that, without knowing anything about her. I don't even know what she looks like, okay? I could get like a glimpse of, I know I've seen her in like, you know, a star, like whatever. I think I know what she looks like, but if she passed me in the street, I probably wouldn't recognize her at that point. Now I'll recognize her, I'm saying, but back then, like even when my daughter was telling me this, I don't know this woman. And I said that wasn't true. And my daughter, because we both play devil's advocate for every single kind of this and that, because we've, like, one of the things that I'm really adamant on is know your truth. So know every position you stand on upon in any topic, place, space, reality, experience, discussion. Know your space. It's important to know, because if you know your space, nobody can come from left field and move you out of your space. Even if they're challenging you in your space, you're still strong in your space. Now, if you don't know your truth and you don't know your stance and you don't know your position and you don't know why you're mad and you don't know why this is that and all this kind of stuff, then someone can easily come and disrupt your whole homeostasis, like your whole position of reality, because they're triggering you, they're bothering you in some kind of way. I had said something in a recent video that if someone can easily come and trigger you, you don't got peace. So use that as an opportunity, instead of getting mad at the person that's triggering you, to address that which is within, so that you can seek that which is without and do what you must do for your motherfucking self, so that the next time some person thinks that they can come sideways and at you, you're not so reactive to be toxic too. And then you can handle you in a very composed and very wise way. Fuck what they have to say, right? So so she challenged me, my daughter, and she said, oh, is it because you know, I'm an 80s baby, so I grew up on 21 Jump Street and stuff like that. And when I speak about like Hollywood stars, even though I'm not like that, but hey, we all have our moments and times, and I'm not ashamed of that. At this time, I can speak freely. When I was little, Johnny Depp was that 21 Jump Street crush. I watched 21 Jump Street because I enjoyed it, and I wanted to be on the cover cartoon that time too, but I enjoyed it, and he was so cute. And understanding the polarities then too, when I was that young, I was so drawn to Geminis and fascinated by them because they were my polar opposites, and understanding that, you know, like in elementary school, junior high school, that because I asked, one of the things I'm so grateful for on my journey is that all of my life I have asked in every grade system. So just think about it: kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, ninth grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, all the way to college. All of my life, all the people that I have been friends with, I have always asked them their birthdays to learn their signs. And so this documentation of mine, knowing every important person that has been an important person in my life, whether they're in it or not, even if I don't know their full birth chart, because, you know, that comes later with time where I'm like, give me a birth time. No, if you're the birth person in my life, and I can't say that always, but we've shared birth charts, okay? And that's just the way that it is. And it's scope records, right? That's the way it is. The moment you meet me is, and you want to be a part of my world, and we're connecting in that kind of way. What time were you born and when's your birthday? Like, immediately. All right, so that's just how it be. So, but from those younger days, like, I literally felt it important to know. And I remember even in elementary school, this was before I knew the signs as fluid as I do. You know, for me it was new, I guess, I don't know. And when people, I knew in elementary school, I wasn't asking people what's their sign. I was asking when's their birthday, and then I would calculate with my fingers in my mind what their sign was. And I guess that's, you know, practice. Now I just, it pops, right? Like when you say, like, you're, but that came from like elementary school tactics, and always being also the curious minds that don't just like to answer a question when you ask them, and they ask a question with a question like, why? Oh, because I want to know your sign. And they're like, what's that? Like, nobody ever knew. And so the kids that went to elementary school and junior high school with me, and we were any kind of friendly, then they learned a little bit of astrology from me. Whatever it would speak. So, so part of the polarities for me, in my relationships with Geminis before having my own Gemini child, this is in Western astrology, and in Vedic astrology, she's a Taurus, and in Vedic astrology, I'm a Scorpio, and those are polar opposites too. And even that challenging of an aspect of now, my challenging friendships and relationships with people that are Taurus from the Scorpio dynamic, and seeing that insight too from the Vedic aspect too, and like, oh my God, it's true, right? And like, oh my God, like the polarities of the lessons to be learned, like just even understanding that from a perspective of, whoa, like, whoa, you know what I mean? And so whatever the case may be, anyways, what was I saying? All right, so she had devil's advocate, and we welcome this in this dynamic of our relationship, knowing that whatever is triggered by each and every one of us is for evolutionary growth. So even if it's like a prick of a seed, it's in a loving environment, if you know what I mean. Like, what better dream team than to be able to be yourself, even in the shadow and light aspects, without judgment, to know that you are going to be in a supported environment that is here for you and not here to crush you or rush you or choose for you. You know, we're here to grow too together, you know, healthily, wealthily, stealthily. And she was like, oh, because you liked him, that's why. Like, so then, you know, what gets triggered by me is my pride and my ego. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't get boy crazy. Who, me? That has nothing to do with why I think what I think. But then I had to think, is it because of my childhood crush that I would dismiss something that I didn't see? And let's think about it, because after 21 Jump Street and my own assessment of Johnny Depp, like a Hollywood crush to have and stuff like that, and energy, but I had to address this first. I've always found him to be genuinely sweet. Like, although I have, from my own life experiences, have sworn off the sign of dating any kind of Gemini man. Like, if a man was to tell me he was a Gemini, I'm like, no, thank you. And if he's 35 and younger, oh, hell no. No, thank you. Right. And no. Because even the psychopath that I was with, he was a Gemini. Okay, I guess psychotic can be. So when she said that thing, and this is, mind you, at this time I'm not watching TV. Okay, so I don't really follow anything, and I'm not looking to follow anything. So I didn't follow any storyline or learn what was going on at that time. I literally only jumped onto the bandwagon of what has been now being aired publicly this time around. Like, and then now that they've gone public in the court here, now I'm following the story. You get what I'm saying? So prior to that, there was only a mention of the story. And in that mention, this was a few years back with my daughter, it caused a ripple effect of thought that was personal, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have anything to prove, but it was wisdom for me to grow, to see if I truly was blinded by cuteness, you see, as I have been in the past before, to allow certain intolerable behaviors, because someone could be cute, superficial too, or then think to myself, like, well, during those times there was a lot of toxicities in my life and abuse in my life, and so maybe that's why I was drawn to him, and maybe it was a trap, you see, because at that time in my life I too was, you know, in the energy of a lot of violence, you know what I mean? And of course, you know, I realized too, like, when I watch, as I said, now I watch TV, and so the show that I am now excited and watch with my daughter, studying with my daughter, and then now I'm watching it from the beginning with my best friend, Criminal Minds. And I know Criminal Minds is an old show for most people that have watched it, but 2022 is the first time I've ever seen it. I love it. I love it. So I got like 12 seasons and all this stuff. Watching it when I can, or listening to it when I can. And, you know, having a little, like, you know, those, oh, he's cute, like, kind of like, you know, girly kind of things, but I like them all. I like them all, you know what I mean? The characters and stuff like that. But but this is from an evolutionary perspective too. And so in watching that show too, when I see the cute actors that they cast for, or the attractive females too, for the people that are going to be the killers too, which granted they're not all attractive and all this kind of stuff, but there are attractive psychopaths that they have on the show to play the role, right? And I think about it in a evolutionary way. I'm like, wow, I like, as the person plays the role, and even though, you know, they're an actor too, and this is not the personality of them too that you judge them for too, like, this is not who they are, but getting lost in the delusion of the illusion of the fantasy too, and seeing how so many people can get caught up in the hype too of the character that they think they see, and all these things and all this kind of stuff. So you know, making me question my truth in that department. You see that I'm not just being blinded by adorableness or somebody attractive to me that maybe could be abusive, you know what I mean? But no. No, that is not the case in this department. And there was some audio that too was played that, granted, people can talk about, oh, but he is so intoxicated, Johnny Depp, right? And who wants to be around stuff like that, and like whatever the case may be. But I feel like the real deterioration of his excess, even though he's always been a functioning substance abuser in some kind of way, and there are millions and millions of people who are successful, and I'm not saying that it's good, and I'm not saying that I'm okay, and I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm saying that it's reality. It is reality of the coping mechanisms of our humanity, who are functioning addicts to some degree, whether it be through the abuse of drugs and alcohol or even prescribed medications, because that is the type of conditioned environment of coping mechanisms that have been, shadowy yet accepted and hidden and only shared amongst those that we grow to care or celebrate or invite into our lives. But most of the times it's not spoken about, and yet it is a reality that is a harsh reality about just how sad it really is to be sometimes that you don't even see the coping history of the dynamics of certain kind of things, and you just continue to be in that cycle of repetitiveness. And so for someone that is a functioning, functioning substance abuser, and all is well in life, you got yourself a functioning substance abuser who found coping mechanisms like this to deal with maybe old trauma or just old ways of being or conditioned ways of partying and lifestyle habit or whatever. Everybody's going to be different. You know what I mean? But all's cool. And granted, they can break through, go through, and want to be sober too, just for the detoxing and stuff like that. Then, let that be on them. And I'm no judgment here, and I'm not saying that. But then, let's say you are a substance abuser, functioning substance abuser, and then you get into a relationship that sucks. You dry. The devil lives with I. Oh my. If your habits are that of substance abuse, it will gradually grow and make you feel like you're losing. If that's the spiral of direction your energy goes, especially if you're introverted in a kind of way, and I feel like he is introverted, right? And kind, right? And so when you're like that, a lot of people who are victims of anything or have trauma in their life or abuse substance and have substance abuse issues and things like that, or addictions that they have challenges coming out of, but yet they're good people. Like they're not hurting other people intentionally or anything like that. They're just coping with life and being generous and kind and grateful, or whatever the case may be. Like, I guess that's the energy that he breathes, inner energy, you know what I mean? Gratitude. And it's showing too in terms of generosity. Seriously, like generosity. But the bashing that those that accepted his generosity, that are, I guess, speaking against him and on her side, and the public outlash of that hypocrisy, or what people are like shaming these people for being users and liars, and the public media is like shaming these freeloaders is what I see that they're calling these people. you know, I don't like to shame people in their position of life in terms of abundance, because one of the things that I have learned is that abundance and prosperity are infinite, and although currency, which is our energy too, but also a dollar thing, a money thing, most people associate abundance and prosperity only with that, right? And so one of the challenges for many of those that only see that as that is to grow past that and really expand your understanding of abundance and prosperity, and growing on that which you should feel abundant and prosperous for, putting into your gratitude layer of hello, like, what the fudge is wrong with you, like, appreciate too all that is around you and all that kind of stuff, right? What's it say? Oh boy, right? It's poverty mindset, right? That is courtship, right? No, so right, so this is your concern. It's so easy to get caught up in judgments about certain kind of things and how things play out and be and all this kind of stuff or whatever. But the fact of the matter, if you were to put something on a timeline, you would see the deterioration of his own alignment at that time to have been deteriorating in terms of losing control of your environment. You have to understand something too that's coming into light about what people do, right? Like in my abuse, not my childhood one, in my adulthood one, when I was in a relationship with the psychopath, right? And for the first 4 years, I managed to live separate from him, which was my saving grace, right? But then the last 2 years, he found a way to cause me to lose my job, cause me to have to depend upon him for a home to live in. So 4 years of stability, and he then created conflict for me because he was jealous of my success. Because in truth, that's what it was. Like at that time, I didn't see it as that, and I wasn't saying it was that. He was a jealous lunatic who was a paranoid schizophrenic with bipolar tendencies and fucking borderline personality disorder. And violent. 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 And everyone that knew him knew this. They all knew it. It was his mother who never really visited or came in or involved herself with her son and his life, but she knew everything that he was all about. And she was a Sagittarius, and you know how Sagittarians can be very blunt as can be. And so she was known for her bluntness, her rudeness, and her multiple relationships and many children, and her great cooking, and her spice for life, and living her life the way she wants, and you know, minding her business, so to speak. And only once did she involve herself because she happened to witness something. And she was the only one of that group of people, because at that time, when he had isolated me the last 2 years we were together before I got the fuck out of there, right? His sister was there, his brother was there, his friends, he had friends that he worked with that were there, and everyone, he has a history of violence towards his partners. So I was no different. So I'm not the first, nor was I the last, right? Because this is a sickness, an unchecked sickness that has been allowed to exist without getting any help, right? So it is with compassion that most times people who end up with people like this, and even though it might catch them off guard when it starts to happen in little bits and pieces, the person that goes through this abuse that has been targeted energetically has a willing component and energy to tolerate such behavior and treatment. Because I think about that now, and the energy that I'm in now evolved much over 10 years later, right? And I barely am ever around anybody that's like that. But through my course of evolution, I had to have been put in an environment where a person like that was around for me to read the energy of my positioning and power and empowerment that has grown and is here for me to witness, to see how much growth there has been for me. And that type of person, I'm no longer attractive to, that they want or feel. And granted, you could be physically attractive, but they will never think they'll stand the chance to lure you in because of your energy and your position. Now, see, back then, because I had a lot of unhealed trauma of my own and have been so tolerable of violence, because I grew up in a household of that too, and had endured a lot of violence too in my upbringing, that I built thick skin over it. Just because you could take a punch doesn't mean you should have to. Just because you could be silent while you're being punch kicked and all this kind of stuff doesn't mean that you should endure, right? But these type of energies and stuff like that, and people that are like that, abusive in that kind of way, know whom they can do that to. Some might say that's strategic and that's calculating and all that kind of stuff. But when you think about the energy of self-denial these people live in, the delusion of illusion that they're trapped in really might not help them to see the leveling of errors in their ways that most of the time they're justifying. Are you ready? Okay. I'm gonna have to come back to this, but most of the times they're in their argument and abuse towards you, they're justifying their behavior too, and that's repetitive in the dynamics of the way that relationship goes. So there's audio here, and you can hear the relationship clear about the kind of conversations that were happening here, whether who was fucked up or not, and all this kind of be. And all you hear as the aggressor is she. And let me tell you something. When you're being abused, you are afraid. Fear rules your decision-making skills. Whether you're a man or a woman, some might say, oh, but he's a man. All right, but if he got up and fucking punched her in the face for hitting him, he'll be the wrong man, right? So here you have a controlled, respectful man in a situation that's rather embarrassing and humiliating and fucking emasculating. And clearly from before that position of relationship that he found himself in, he was already inner suffering from something. And that's just intuition. And that doesn't mean that he was present day suffering from that suffering. It just could be a conditioned, like having unhealed wounds. And you just learn to live your life with those unhealed wounds. Right? So part of like the audio that they on her side would try to share is when he was like arguing back with her. Right? And that some of the things he may have said may have not been nice. He wasn't being, anyways, some of the things that he was saying was not nice. And then some of the audio too, what I feel like energetically too, was, that's how you going? Okay, just give me 5 minutes. So one of the audios that I had heard, I don't know in which sequence and order or what time frame that happened for them, there was something familiar that I heard from him. And it made me think of another time. It made me think of another time, another personal experience of mine, where it was towards the end of my allowing this violent man to imprison me, or allowing myself to use this violent man as an excuse to imprison myself in an energy and environment that I do not deserve nor should ever be in. And then I need to go before he kills me, or that we kill each other, or something like that goes down. And I can say that like lightheartedly now, but it was a real thing back then. In terms of, my gosh, if he could do this, what else can he possibly fucking do? The torment was true. I'm talking about this man was a psychopath. Okay, and I'll give an example so you can see the type of levels of injury that can breed. To be tied up and threatened with a gun and a knife and held like that for all of night, to be tormented and played with in mind, to confess, to say things that are not even right just to make his justifications right for the amount of abuse that he wanted to put me through, because some part of him was suffering too, and delusional be his being, and sober was his way, which was even more scary, except towards the end. I believe towards the end he started drinking or using something, but by that time I was already in my courage of an empowerment, that I was getting stronger in the environment that I was sick in, because I already made up my mind that I was leaving. And even though at that time when I made up my mind about the time span that I had left there, and I did share that information at that time with certain people that knew of the situation at that time, because it escalated, because for the first 4 years or so, nobody knew anything about the abuse that I was going through, because pride, humility be me, covering up bruises, you see. But like for me, it's different too when you got that melanated skin. Not every bruise motherfucking shows. I know I'd be like yellow and tanned and all this kind of stuff. But I remember I worked in one, I think it was Movie Star, when I was in this company, this women's lingerie company. I sported a black eye that nobody asked me about. I covered it best under the makeup and stuff, but every time I looked in the mirror, I saw a black eye. But nobody else did. The illusion of something, and the creation of something, but mind you, like, it is what it is. But anyways, so towards the end, when I was getting back my power, but I was still there. Even when I shared with others that I had given myself, I think I said September, by October I was moving, and by the end of that September I left. But when I shared it like with his brother or his sister, or because that was the environment that which I was in, I was isolated and surrounded by his family of energy that enabled the monster, because they never confronted him about it. They never even acted like, hey, they just, it is what it is. It's just like the environment that I grew up in, where I don't want to say names and all this kind of stuff, but a certain person in my family didn't want any of what happened inside to ever be disclosed outside, and many of the other family members were in support of that secret, and I was not. And so when I babbled or shared or said it to a person that I thought actually cared, and they brought it back to my family and drama ensued, I became the black sheep and the traitor of the family too, from such an early young age, because I was just sharing what was not great, and I was expressing myself in some kind of way and just wanted to get away, right? But all right, so the one thing that I heard that I recognized, and many people could interpret it however they want, but having had the experience, and I'm sure that if it was recorded, people would have said we were both crazy, right? Because towards the end, when I was already adamant that I was moving, and I refused to allow myself to be hit for the remainder time that I was there, I stood up for myself. And I had a very empowering moment where I faced the devil, and I said what I said, and it was very clear. There was a shift in me that was very clear, and he heard it. And so although it was not a healthy environment to be in for the remaining months that I was there before I actually left, I did not suffer any physical abuse, although he did try. But because I was standing up for myself at that time, I didn't allow myself to be cornered into a position to allow him to even touch me in that kind of way. And if he did, I was screaming like a lunatic to call the cops in that kind of way. And one of the things that, from a female perspective and a male perspective, Johnny Depp's reality is different because it's a female to a male ratio of body strength. And I always say, if you're a female and you find yourself having to fight off a male, don't fight him with your upper body strength unless you're like a complete like martial artist and professional fighter in some kind of degree, where you could take on the strength of a masculine energy, because in all reality, that is the difference between male and females. They have upper body strength more so than we typically do, unless he's just, you know, someone that's smaller than you, you know what I mean? And you, the female, we have our lower torso, our legs, that's where we're strong. So you're gonna get into a kickboxing fight with me, you know what I'm saying? That kind of thing, because I'm not gonna fight you with my energy of a punch, because your punch is gonna knock me out. So you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm just saying that's like whatever. Anyways, but towards the end, that's when he started like drinking, and like I swore he was on something, you know what I mean? But I didn't care enough to sympathize or explore more. I just needed to get out of there. And so as long as he was out there and not bothering me inside the house, like, you know what I mean? Like, for me, that was what that was about. So when he would return back to the house, totally fucked up, it was only a matter of time before he passed out. So before he passed out, he made the whole entire household, whoever was there, the kids were in school, suffer, because he was a lunatic, screaming at the top of his lungs, trying to fight. He even got into a fight with his brother one day that they were literally fighting on the kitchen floor. He made his dog food was involved, like shoving it down each other's throats, like. But this was the first time that I wasn't being beat, like, you know, and I felt empowered more, you know what I mean? So I spoke up for me. And so, like a lunatic, like, he would follow me everywhere, like around the house. And granted, you say, call the cops, call the cops, call the cops. But even at that time, you're growing into the strengthening part of accepting this reality of abuse that you're no longer going to be a part of too, but you're still going through the emotions and humility and shame, and you're still trying to deny certain kind of things in certain kind of ways, and you don't want to have to take it there. When you're the victim of those kind of circumstances, even though people are like, why don't you just call the police, and why don't you just leave, and all this kind of stuff, part of the healing and journey for you is to heal those unhealed aspects of you that have gone through this once upon a time before in some other kind of traumatic kind of way that was unhealed, and has created an environment, an inner environment from you to be tolerable of certain kind of behaviors too, that's just all part of conditioning for you. And so you're unlearning certain kind of things, and you know, it's important to understand that these shifts that occur in you take time. And so, especially upon exiting a toxic, abusive relationship, it's going to be a roller coaster ride up until you finally leave. So a lot of this audio recording, I realized that a lot of that audio recording is when shit was drawing out, like when shit was already over, but you know, people were still kind of together and just drawing it on and playing the part, but like not, like, you get what I'm saying? And so as a victim that finally is getting back their power, and they're speaking back and to their abuser, and they're realizing that they can do this. It's a step-by-step process. So there was a time that he was so drunk and he was running around, but he knew that if he hit me, because I threatened him. See, so a lot of the times too, when you're the good person too, you don't want to retaliate and act like they do. So a lot of me too wouldn't want to do to you what you're doing to me. And so you hold back on a lot of things. So the one power card that I had never used. Welcome back, beautiful souls. So my daughter brought to my attention in the last cutoff of pause that I did take care of things, because, you know, especially when you are a creator of any kind, you know that multidimensional in hobby, career, be your life, and all the things as in soulpreneur, entrepreneur, and all the things that you got going for yourself requires time from you. So back to the non-professionalism of this page, like with buds, to express myself, I don't need to be a professional in any kind of way. Like, I just have to be courageous to communicate and disregard any and all energies that come at me in a different kind of way that's not nice or something, you know what I mean? But either way, so she's like, you've been recording for like 2 hours, 3 hours. And so, yeah, guys, which reminds me, this one's going to be a long one. And if you are here, then you are meant for the mana to receive whatever mana that it's going to be for you, you know what I mean? But this is a processing, and this is an interesting topic, and it's going in my expressions from my experience and from the way that I am, you know, communicating it. It's my style of communication. So Enchantress the Babbler, like, of course there's going to be 3-hour videos and 2-hour videos that, just like when I watch someone's YouTube video that might be 2 hours or 3 hours long, with my schedule and the way that things be, there's no way that I can sit through and watch anything really for like 2 hours, except for these shows like that I'm making time to watch an episode of here and there when I can with care, you know what I mean? Moderation and stuff like that, and just balancing act for the creative process and stuff like that. So I'm not trying to put together a show, although expressive is the route I go, and creator, content, and digital creator too that I am. In the beginning part of my resisting the divinely led guidance I was receiving to start recording my YouTube channel and all these kind of things, and I was resisting it, and the uncomfortability of, you know, speaking and knowing that the camera is recording me, and getting out of my own way to allow for it to become as natural as it can be without feeling the heaviness of the camera on me. You know, I'm being recorded and stuff like that, and so uncomfortable being the beginning processes of mine, right? And so here we are. Anyways, now. So when I watch someone's videos that are more than an hour long, with my scheduling and stuff, I tend to listen than watch, just because of how I get to put that time in. So like, let's say I'm listening to a another YouTuber that I like, whatever they're discussing, or a pick a card kind of reading, or something about the astros and astrology, or something that resonates with me, that I'm watching this for whatever reason. And let's say their video is like 2 hours long. I'm usually listening while I'm driving, in between stuff that I'm doing, and putting it on in the moments that I can devote to receiving that which I feel guided to listen to. So to say that I sit through it for the 2 hours long would be a lie. There have been times that I've allowed things to play while I'm doing other kind of things, but my attention to it could drip and drop. The whole point I am trying to make, although I do the timestamps for those that might be less inclined to listen to the messages from beginning to end because impatience or just they don't need to receive. Sometimes, you know, you're on your own evolutionary path and journey, and you don't need to listen to everything, but there might be pockets of mana for you. So that's where the timestamps come in too, in terms of like you could just pick a random timestamp that I offer in the description box when I get the chance to do those, and you can just see where spirit pulls you or whatever universe guides you, or your intuition, your higher self, whatever you want to resonate with it as, and how you're going to look at it as your own health, wealth, styles, and place of belief. I'm not here to tell you what to think in that kind of department, you know what I mean? But I am here to overly emphasize and speak of the mana that I know that it's here. And it's going to be pockets of mana for each and every one in their own individualized way. And so I encourage that. I know that the babbles can be a lot to take in. Like one of the deep conversations that I have with many of you that do tap in, turn on, tune in with me and communicate with me too in regards to a lot of the material that I provide too. You say it's a lot to digest, to process, to accept, to activate. So, you know, a lot of the times, like when I do sessions with people, and the next time they come in for another session, there is a whole load of evolution that has transpired since the last time that me and that person have spoken, because of the amount of valuable mana they individually received that gave them a lot to digest, you know what I mean? And so it's about appreciating the value of your own meal and being an advocate for it too, just because you can and you feel it too, you know what I mean? So it's like going back to when I was saying before about when I was younger, and because when I was in elementary school, junior high school, and high school, I didn't consider myself to be great at tarot, but I understood that tarot worked for me. But yet, because I didn't know all the cards as, you know, well during that time, my memory that I didn't consider myself good enough. But meanwhile, if you got a reading from me, even from back then, it was as accurate as King Mulligan and B. We just had to read through the book together, you know what I mean? As we get to learn everything. Like, so that's how it was. And so perception and value go a long way, especially in the developing any kind of partnership that we got going for ourselves too, and it starts with how the partnership that we have with ourselves. But anyways, Babble, where is I? Welcome. I did mention that I've been at this video for quite some time, and so the advice that I have for those of you that find interest in it in some kind of way, to watch it in parts. What can I say? Get to it when you get to it. You don't have to watch it straight through, but don't avoid the pockets of mana that you feel are for you just because you can't sit through. Even if it's 5 minutes at a time and it takes you a month to finish one entire video because that's your leveling of acceptance and openness, then so let it be. But the progression happens when you continue the process that might appear in the beginning to be daunting and so tedious, but tenacity be, integrity and authentic shall be your truth when you continue to do these things and your position changes. So I'm appreciative for those of you that are here, but this is a sensitive topic and there's a lot going on here, and you know, I'm not going about this type of share like in a courtroom setting or any kind of like freaking edited version of information that I am like feeding to anyone. I'm just flowing and growing in my own knowing and sharing, which is part of my journey. So what you take with it is what you do with it, and that's on you. But I'm thankful for those of you that do come through, pass through, support, and do subscribe and do hit that notification bell and do participate and do appreciate my vulnerability to be able to sit here naked and allow it without any resistance, no matter what it looks like, even when it gets uncomfortable and even if I forget what I'm saying. That was big for me. That was really big for me. So the fact that it happens the way that it does, humorously too, and it's just natural too, I've just accepted the lesson of humility and being real, even if it makes you look crazy or embarrassed in some kind of way. Authentic be the wave, you know, that we're surfing on today. And so I'm excited. So anyways, so thank you. But anyways, so I was saying something before I had paused it, and please be advised that at least 2 hours have passed since that time that I last paused it. And so I did, when I paused it, write down where I was leaving off with you guys before I went out into town. And just so that I can continue from there in whichever way that it naturally just comes up, I'm just going to continue to talk. That's what's up, okay? So I was talking about an experience and also an observation of something that made my own experience and my own ability to discern and feel and understand another person's experience that allowed me to further align with certain things I might have missed at that time for myself, that educates me more to be able to be a alchemized conduit of helpful evolution in regards to your own revolution that is epic and grand and exciting. I want you to be excited about what you are creating. But again, I can't make you be excited, nor do I have an excessive desire to overly extend my guidance and or my energy towards anybody. That doesn't do for themselves what only they can do for themselves. I'm not interested in being anybody's savior or hero. Like, not at all. Like, and going through that shadow aspect too. Like, is this my ego? Do I want to be this or that? And really getting honest and hip with that is my truth. Baby! Mom! Hold on. Hold on. We're blending. Be right back. Hello. Okay, so this is real life and there will be interruptions, and you can choose to observe or receive interruptions as annoyance factors, you know what I mean? And there may have been a time where annoyed I would be because I was trying so much to complete something. But these are moments and opportunities for me to reflect upon and see the growth that I have actually improved on in terms of energy management systems, which is what I am a huge cheerleader, motivator, inspirationalist, and coach about, which is getting your energy right, because that's how you want to manage and solutionize your evolution. You can do whatever you want on the outside, okay? You could do whatever you want. But if you feeling something different on the inside, it don't matter what the fuck you do on the outside, there ain't no peace in your life. There ain't no truth either. Mask. A mask. A shell of one's own existence. Right? Which is something that I was saying about earlier, that I can't get back into the alignment of what it was meaning for, but in terms of just like, energy management solutions, in terms of you could conjure, you could do whatever you want to do, you can manifest, you can do all affirmations, you can say anything you want, you can do a spell, you can do all these kind of different things. But if your energy don't match that what you do on the external lens, all you're doing is complicating your lens, because now you're like building a creation of an experience that is not going to be working for you, because the alchemy is misaligned and it's missing something every single time. And so then you imprint with this experience of failure, or to further bitter or feel certain kind of disappointment, you see, and that becomes the tragedy of your own experiencing, you know what I mean? And then an establishment of determining that that's the way it always is. Nothing annoys me more when somebody is like, that's just the way, I say it is what it is, and what it's not. But I mean it as general as can be. But in regards to like when someone thinks that every single time they're going to go to this certain place that they're going to have another bad experience because they had a bad experience before, that for me, I'm not saying I get annoyed, I don't get annoyed, I'm not going to be triggered by what other people think of for themselves, but I'm just saying, like, it's come up a lot in different kind of scenarios, and where people are talking like this, like speaking like matter-of-factly about everything due to one particular experience or multiple experiences that has caused them to believe now that it is this way, like, and off their own beat they become, because they succumb to this distorted reality of understanding something that's not working out for them, because they're not understanding their position, they're not understanding their root, they're not understanding the alchemy of that which they speak and do, and it's manifesting from whom? You, and all this creational stuff too. And then, this is where, when shit hits the fan, which is kind of like what I feel like what happened in amberheard's kind of land, where I feel like she underestimated her position, one, and that could be tied to egoic lands, in terms of when you think you are unstoppable because you fold yourself into the state of justified righteousness, whether you are or you're not. But ego plays, a big vanity lesson in every kind of way, where the truth, it shows itself and stuff like that. It shows up. Hold on. We're blending. Okay, so we're blending, we're infusing, and we're sharing space, and we're working together harmoniously in the best way that we can. So it can, require patience from our lands, right? But whatever. So taking a stand. But one thing's for certain, like the leveling of delusional toxicity that can exist from a person that is swimming in the denial, right, about their role in whatever horror story is being enacted in their lives, right? Or just seeing the position. And it's not about attacking yourself, and it's not about blaming or pointing fingers and stuff. It's just a sense of responsibility to the accountability of the present place and space you find yourself in. That even if that's not the place that you intended yourself to be, but there's like an ownership of maturity that is required in order for someone to begin to evolve past that which they ignore within themselves, and so therefore justify their acts and their behaviors and their toxicities with whatever they do to convince or make seem, the distortions of, mental wellness and unwellness. You know what I mean? And okay, so it's important to be in a position that although we are imperfectly perfect, yes, we are. In all our imperfections, we are perfectly perfect, imperfectly perfect, right? And if you at least root into your evolutionary consciousness too, right? With awareness that although you don't have the answer for everything, but I am open to learning from my experience in expansive ways that will teach me, grow me, evolve me, and transform me in ways that are beyond that which my human conditioning cannot conceive, perceive, receive. But I am open to the evolution of me, knowing that there are things that are going to be introduced to me that are going to be at first unidentifiable. And so with my ability to be determined towards my progress in this process, I make the effort and the time to understand this understand process. But that's not about this, okay? That's not about this. Right? So, what is this about? Amberheard and Johnny Depp and the revolution of evolution of opportunity of manna that we all can receive in regards to the disharmony that is being presented on a stage for all of us to acknowledge in every kind of way, to make better use with the better way of just handling things, seeing things, and working on things so that they don't have to escalate to this catastrophic kind of tower moment of everyone's falling out of the fucking tower and resisting the movement of transformation that is wishing to evolve and occur here. So regardless of the theatrics and regardless of the Hollywoodism that is involved with this, it's like the Bible for me in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? The parable, you see. What is a parable, you mean? A story that is created in order to depict a greater concept and meaning of something else that might be abstract to receive. And so it's storytelling time, you know what I mean? In regards to what gets us to pay the fuck attention. But everybody's so busy. I'll be back. What was I saying? Anyways, we're all on this evolutionary journey, and my daughter and I had a lot of beautiful discussions in regards to the evolution of our own perceptions, reality, understanding, overstanding, and the things that we have in our own experiences and the things that we find ourselves drawn to and stuff like that. And one of the big things that that I become fascinated with in my own discoveries is where I'm drawn to and my attention at certain different times and degrees in my own life. Because then the question that becomes when I become awakened and heightened to the thing that I'm paying attention to or doing, I ask myself, why am I here? Is this like where I want to be? Why is my attention being drawn here? What is this revealing onto me? What is it that I don't see that I need to see? What is it that I'm here to understand, overstand? And, that's just the process of heightened intellectual conscious being living and really unconditioning their conditioning and allowing this flowing stream, and dependent on your leveling of consciousness will determine for you how much you pay attention to, period. How much you pay attention to is dependent upon how much you are woke to in symbology. And if there are certain things that fly off your head, over your head, you don't get, and you just can't process and think, that's just revealing to you where you are in your own revolution. You can look at it with intellectual perspective that is going to be healthy for you. And then pay attention to the energy of the stance you take in your position of where you think you are in thought process or understanding to a certain kind of development or particular thing and whatever. So sometimes I find myself being drawn to watch certain YouTubers that I don't like. Their videos are in relation to that which I'm about. And at first, because I'm friendly and because I am the way that I am, I treat everyone the same. I don't care who you are, where you are, when you are. I am the same with all. And because I don't go in anything like pre-agenda wise, like, you get what I mean? Like, I'm fluid in my own experience. And so a lot of the times I awaken in the middle of an experience with the sense of the experience happening with, now here I am present to that which is happening here. I'm awakened to another level of, something's happening here. So typically when we're reactive to our synchronicity and our flow, especially like if we're on, like, say, YouTube or something, and we're clicking on videos that we think that the title calls to us, we want to check it out and we want to see. A lot of the times too, I intuitively just tap in a place that, whether I've been in there before, it's usually the right place I need to be and what I need to receive and hear. So there have been like YouTubers that originally I'm drawn to their channel and I'm listening and stuff like that. And my curiosity with my listening to that which they say, there's things that resonate with me in every kind of way that they say. So that's what draws me in. That's what brings me here. But their energy is off in some kind of way. And so part of my curiosity and fascination that I stay is to really develop that discernment of truth, that which we tend to ignore because nice, or I give you the benefit of the doubt, like, just because, like, in terms of like growth and discernment and identification and all these kind of things, there are certain things that we have to bring into our own awareness and see with clarity about certain realities that sometimes when we're in, you won't come out in it. You can grab it, but bring it over there. Do that over there. Do that over there. Hold on. So it would be in the midst of the experience, because I don't get swept away, and I'm not gonna, like, I'm like Jupiter and Neptune, Pluto and Saturn and all the other platters that have been unnamed dropped me off in Brooklyn one day and was like, hey, you got this. we be back for you. That has been the story that I've been saying since a child, that they dropped me off and why the fuck they never came back. And so that's just funny when I think about the alienation and that, and just how we feel about certain kind of things for real. But for real, like, so I would watch certain YouTubers that, granted, their message might resonate in some kind of way, and then the authenticity of their performance. And I'm not here to judge anyone and why they do what they do, because for me, the outlook that I have in regards to anyone that is all about growth, no matter the leveling or positioning, even if you're still fucking up and you're doing a lot of like crazy shit, and it's hard for you to break certain kind of cycles, and you feel like you make so many mistakes and you don't have the willpower, dedication, or the discipline to do certain kind of things, and you're working on that too, and it might be a struggle in that kind of department too, whatever the case may be for you. I'm not here to judge that for you, but curiosity that brings is my awareness to these things, that I don't do anything not divinely led, guided, and protected. So when shit starts to click and I'm here on this, I'm like, well, why am I here? When off feels the environment, you're here. What is it that I'm here to learn? And so okay. So what was I saying? Right. So anyways, so if you're a flower and a glower, a flower you be, blooming, lotus blooming, right, wobbly and free in authenticity to the intricities of your developing, of your evolution that you get to also experience too. And so that might be a challenge for some too, having to go through the consciousness effect of being woke and having to experience everything on an all-time heightened, like, it's like being on something, literally. It's like being on something that heightens your senses. So like you can't do it all. No matter how much you try, whatever extra sensory stimulation you are tapped into at any given time. But it doesn't mean that it cannot be manageable, and it doesn't mean that it cannot be further understood, overstood. Anyway, whatever the case may be. That's not about this either, but I tell you, there's pockets of manna and all this shit, so you know what I'm saying? And so my curiosity as to why the fuck am I here? Like, because I would think about it in the essence of would I be able to be in the same room as this person that I'm watching right now? I hang out with them without any off feeling. And the reality of that question would be, nah, they probably wouldn't even want to be in your presence because you'll see right through, you know? And so it's coming into old territory from a new territory phase and being able to evaluate it in a new intellectual perspective of evolutionary proportions that can be beneficial to your whole entire environment, which brings me back to why I'm excited to not care that I am participating, I guess, in the worldly, globalized media frenzy of the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp court case. And in doing so, I am learning so much, and also seeing with such more developed clarity. And you could have a lot of professionals that swear they're motherfucking experts about certain kind of things, and they might have certain kind of base of historical knowledge and system and trial and error and testing and research that have been done and all this kind of stuff to prove their theory or citing or position and stance and all this kind of stuff, which is cool, you know what I mean? Knowledge is powerful, like in all these kind of ways, but like infinite be the way, no matter what anybody gotta say. And so what that means for me in the root of understanding, overstanding is that if we are infinite beings, there's no tying to any specific thing. And in understanding that, I'm understanding that I'm freeing myself even more from any kind of attachment of outcome, expectation, and deliberation, because infinite be our way and being. Like, who are we to limit anything? If there's a blockage of information in regards to further information about a certain particular something, the only reason that there's a blockage is because one has not formulated the appropriate line of questioning that's going to open that portal door of reasoning, of understanding, that's going to be able to articulate in its purpose on the surface, because you've invited its truth to be gifted to you. So either way, anyways, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, but the evolutionary perspective that is helping me to further solidify in my intuition sublime, and also get into my discernment king and queen energy of just, it is what it is, right? Trusting and knowing and discerning and really putting much thought into the aspect of truth and lie and fight in this time, and what we're here to grasp from all of this. And it's, most people, Courtney Cox, no, wrong person. This is why I'm not good with that. But I saw something on one of the guys' channels, whether it was Umbrella Guy or the Popcorn Guy, it's one of those two, where they showed a clip of Courtney Love speaking to about this thing that's going on, and how she brought up empathy. And she said, and her empathy came from having to have had experience feeling like she was the most hated woman in the world, and having to live through that experience and rise from that experience and transform from that experience. So although she can see the lie that one might be telling, not saying that that's what she said, but it is what it is. Like, there's just certain things, like when you see, you can't unsee, and if you unsee and pretend you don't see, fake or be you, you know what I mean? And I don't live my life like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I prefer you not to like me for real, just because I said what I needed to say, and better to know that kind of way than for you to pretend and fake jacks and just come at me in this kind of way, like pretending to be my friend and really you're not, or some kind of shit, like, because I'm not doing that to you. If I can't be your friend, we're not going to be friends. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to like you if I don't. But people do that, and it's sad. It's really fucking sad. And then there are a bunch of people that just sit around and watch those that destroy or seek to destroy, but because dominating is their energy in some kind of way. And this false sense of loyalty that enables toxic, sick people that really need help too. They need help too. And I liked Courtney Love's expression of that too, like, because Amberheard is getting attacked from every which corner and lane. And granted, some might say, oh, she deserves it because she created this for herself. She didn't have to abuse her privilege in life of notoriety, of celebrity status, of influence to involve the world in your inability to find a healthy outlet of expression for your own toxicities and getting the help that you need. Instead, created a misinformation seed that has gone way out of that has grown way out of proportion from that which she originally didn't think this through in terms of what this could implicate in her and do. She was just superficial too. See, when you're operating superficially and superficially your layer, the depth to certain people and the dark that they go and their ability to, even in their most darkest of moments, to accept that within themselves and just still be gentle in some kind of way, and just tired of the defeat, the abuse in some kind of way, and like getting into the position of balance. It's like really a challenge. My mind went every single which way, but like I don't feel and I won't want to participate, even though sarcasm can be me and humorous, and I'm going to feel free to speak however it is that I speak naturally, and I'm not going to hold back in regards to my opinion or what comes up in my train of thought in regards to this whole situation, right? But still in that deliverance and in position 555, I just see at this time. 555. 555. Change. Change. I'm going to really like share it how I see it. Allow for the expression of it to be how it is without any judgment towards myself in regards to any of it too, because there's manna in here too for those that go through and find the manna that it is for themselves, because this is really evolutionary and an opportunity for all of us to grow, right? But anyways, what I was saying was even in this state of intuitive claircognizance, ability to just intuitively discern from that which one receives and hears and sees and knows from experience of the energy that it breeds and it seeds, and it really is. Like, you could fake the funk with any kind of story like that you put together at any given time, but energy is energy, and if one is equipped to really tap into that kind of shit, and it's real, it's reality. People can call it whatever they want, and they can say, oh, that's just, you know, fabrications and all this kind of stuff. But if you're in the position of your own evolution, of where you are starting to stand in your damn power, and you're starting to trust in your intuition, and you're starting to believe in your own revolution, and you're starting to see that in signs and people and things and experiences that you're having, that everything has led up to this point of you learn to motherfucking trust yourself for the first time ever, to really realize that what you receive is like, as much as you can't conceive it, and as much as you can't explain it, because people want an explanation. Oh, well, explain how you're psychic, explain how you know these things, explain just where that comes from, and all this kind of stuff. People want an explanation for things that which they don't understand, but if they tap into their own inner lens and start to connect in that kind of way, then they start to receive that manna in that kind of way for themselves, to learn to see that you can only express and be and experience that for which yourself, which is it, you know, whatever. Anyways. I deal with a lot of argumentative people, and I transmute that kind of energy, and so I'm learning to be expressive with it too, because I gotta transmute that shit too, because people would really try to have one over on you because you're nice or you're tolerable, and they think that because you're so generous and kind that you're not gonna call them out on their bullshit at any given time until you fucking pull the carpet from underneath them and be like, bitch, no, this carpet will be mine. Hold up. What you said at this time? We're gonna correct you at this time. And that takes time, especially if you are in the, I don't like to put victim and all this kind of stuff, because even the abuser was a victim at once. And, you know, if you want to go into that kind of thing, there's choices that we each have to make in our own ability to make them. And so it's no excuse the person's experience of what they choose to go and do as adults in their lives to create havoc in someone else's life just because you've had that traumatic experience for yourself. Like, that doesn't give you the right? So, yeah, it is what it is. And most dynamics of those kind of relationships where there is an abuser and the victim, right? The power control, the imbalance of that exists in every kind of way, is a malfunction. You know what I'm saying? And so there are just things that make sense in regards to identifying certain things about who is the abuser, who is the victim, and certain kind of things that you can just clearly see that wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. For someone that is an abuser or that is controlling or manipulative and all that kind of stuff, truly what they want to do is isolate you away and keep you away from any other kind of energy of influence that can possibly influence you away from them and their behavior, or to see through that too. So whether their mission is intentional or not, their pattern of behavior, whether they're conscious of it or not, is to create that atmosphere for you that makes it so very uncomfortable for you that you start to succumb to what they ask you to do, tell you what to do, because you just want to avoid certain kind of conflicts too. And for the way that's going to show up in certain kind of ways of an abuser and victim, and that kind of way is going to be different for everybody. And because it's energy, and both of the parties in this dynamic are feeling one another, but the mistake that is not identified in this development from the victim side is that they're thinking from the perspective of how they come into the situation, which is heart reflexive, not realizing that the person that is perpetrating them, like, is that even the word? I don't even know. But like going after them in some kind of way, or isolating them, or abusing them in some kind of way, is now coming from the heart perspective. It's coming from a mental perspective of control. And so the elements are not the same. That's why when someone is a victim of domestic violence abuse and they get beat and whatever the case may be, and then the abuser always has these moments of breakdown, of crying and apologizing, because that's the pattern. And it's in these moments that the victim, because they're so good, they're good-hearted, they're good-natured, because they're compassionate, they're empathetic to the pain that they know that they're tapping into of this other person's position, that you make excuses, and then because this moment of breakdown, which is this vulnerability that you look for all the time in regards to whom they are but never see, and then it's in the breakdown of an apology, of all these kind of things, the passion of energy that breeds, because that's them lowering, that's them succumbing to the energy that they need to be in order to manipulate you to see. And although that moment in time of their breakdown might be genuine and authentic as can be, which is something that they need in order for their progress process to take place, it's like a cracking open, right? The victim, this is the moment where they find that heart of, again, forgiveness and compassion and empathy, and looking at the person that they genuinely love in a healthy kind of way, but enabling them to behave this way becomes the toxic seed that one must battle within their own being to rise out of, you know what I mean? Because enabler you can't be at the expense of you know what I'm saying? So this turbulent, like, relationship between the two, back and forth, is very destructive. It's very destructive, it's very toxic, and it has so many different stages to it. So the places that they, like the audio that they're sharing of, to support Amberheard's position of abuse and all this kind of stuff, they're using audio of like times that he's been really severely like intoxicated or whatever the case may be, where he's having a stand-up moment for himself, you know what I mean? And it may not come out in the best way, because toxic is this experience in every kind of way, and you're trying to break away. And so finally you have this breakout moment, which brings me back to the story before I hit pause the last time, well, one of the last times, that I was saying from a story about the psycho that I was with. And when I had finally was working up the courage to put my foot down and make my environment as safe as it can be for me by pulling the one card that I had that for so long I never wanted to bring, but I had something, power, you know, and a lot of people will have power and misuse it. So I don't want to misuse this, but it's my power card, and so I pulled it, finally, right? Which allowed me this time for myself to really gather and collect and have a few months of an experience that was closing out. And even though others didn't believe that that would be, because I was still there for a couple of months after that, you see, it was a really empowering moment for me. But during that breakdown moment of transformation for me, the roles became reversed. You know what I mean? Because one of the things about abusers, you see, when the victim begins to stand up for themselves and really give the energy of pulling away, they break down like toxically in every kind of way, and like, no, we can make this work. Like, go away, and no, and like, you know, and they don't want you to go. And everything that you thought that you would have wanted to see an emotion from them, and communication from them and application from them and effort from them that you wanted to see. Oh, you get it. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, it's like this person wants to be devoted to you in an apologetic way, excusing their own behavior and dismissing it in every kind of way. But it's all part of the game. And that's sad to say. That's so sad to say, because we would like it to be some other kind of way, but we are not the therapists for those kind of energies that want to pull you down into their hell and want you there, because love is being expressed here. But a lot of unhealed wounds are being expressed here and allowed here, and that has to stop here. You know what I mean? And so it's sad that it's that way, but it is what it is. But what I was saying, like before, about that experience, right? About how ugly these stages can look, and about her team, amberheard's team, they were sharing audio that they felt was going to be helpful to their cause by, I guess, finding the worst of Johnny's audio tapes that reveal his intoxications and his two combative arguments back towards Miss Heard when she was relentless in not backing down and giving him the space that he needs to just back off, you know what I mean? Like, let's both cool off, come back to the space at a later time. Let's both, because we respect and love each other at this time, not get disgraceful or disrespectful, and cool off, you know what I mean? Let me check back with you, you know what I mean? But they used audio that showed him engaging back. And so that can sound unpleasant, and it can sure seem like, oh, well, he didn't have to say that either, you know what I mean? But now, going back to what I was bringing up was, what it brought me to was this one particular day that Psycho was on his rampage. And when he would be in his rampage, nobody can rest. Whoever's there, you're affected by this mess. And so I lived with him and his family. It's a house with different apartments, and people lived in their own stuff or whatever. His mom lived 2 houses down, and so literally I was isolated and surrounded by all his people, right? And because at this point I had already made my serious threat that was powerful, I see it clearly now. And it was a scary moment too. When I had said it, we eye to eye with the fucking devil and this liar, and I finally just said what I said. And the back down of the aggressor that was charging at me cooled it for that moment, because the energy changed. And although I still wasn't ready at that point to fully leave, because that's just not how it happens, you know what I mean? Hi, Pretty, I see you. Hold on. But anyway, so this particular memory that I am recalling, and I'm not going to recall it in all full details, and I'm going to skim over it because we're just visiting there. We don't live there anymore. You know what I mean? This particular day, it was like a day because it was early morning after taking the kids to school, right? He came back fucked up. I'm talking about crunk. And at this point in the journey, I also put my foot down in regards to sex too. Like, I have never been one to withhold sex in any of my relationships because I think that's stupid, childish, and emotional manipulation and toxic. There are other ways that you can communicate without being so manipulative and controlling. Like, that's just stupid. Like, for me, you know. But I was done, you know what I mean? And so, but I still needed time to build up the courage and I had to get a job again. Like, you know, there was just things I had to prepare and do in order to do this, you know what I mean? But I meant it this time. And even though others didn't believe what I had to say, I was in it by myself in the right kind of way to rise out of that. You know what I'm saying? And it was toxic. It was very toxic. It was not healthy. It was not a peaceful environment to be in. It was horror. It was horrible. Horrible. Horror. And so the kids went to school and his brother was there this day. And nobody else. But his brother, I guess because energy picks up traction, and because I was solidified in my stance to protect myself and to not allow any kind of physical violence to occur to me or any kind of force of sexual thing, like I will call the cops immediately, something that I've never done. I just want you to understand that. A lot of people that suffer from domestic violence are not the ones to call the police. It'll usually be somebody that maybe hears something or a child or something, like, you know, like anyways, but like, and sometimes too, the person too, but that has come from after multiple other accounts of domestic violence have been, nobody called the cops for. Like usually if the person that is receiving the abuse is now the one that's calling the cops too, that means it's at a new level of fear. This person is going to hurt me, you hear? And now I got to call the cops, you hear? There's an alert system going off here. Like, enough is enough, right? So we already had that enough is enough moment where I had put my foot down and I wasn't playing around and I was in as much of my power as I can possibly be. So this particular day, the devil lived in him so deep and unsweet was he. He came in with a mission to be as tyrannical and monstrous as can be without this time touching me or hitting me, because literally, like, that day in the house, I ran around the house like a lunatic because I didn't want him near me, and he chased me. And during that chase, if that was to be recorded, it was a breaking moment even for myself. And he was taunting me and saying stuff like I'm not shit and he can get a better girl than me anyways. I'm not even a good mother. You know, everything in the book of what someone can say to you in regards to anything that they want to hurt you with. And but like legit like taunting crazy, and because he was high off of something and clearly intoxicated off of alcohol too, he was even beating his chest like a gorilla and like, oh, nobody's good, like monstrous. And Like, literally, I'm running around dining tables, like, get away from me, making as much noise as I can possibly can. I'm like, threatening to call the fucking cops and all this kind of stuff. And his taunting to me, and because I was building up courage from these things that I was already putting into motion of doing, I started taunting back. And I said a lot of things that were not nice. And the more that I said it, the louder I got. Because the archer was hitting the target right where it hurts. And it wasn't pleasurable, but it was fucking necessary. And it was a breaking point of liberating myself from this false imprisonment of fear that paralyzed me in many kind of ways, that I allowed without fight for someone to come in with all their hype and might to beat and drag and humiliate. This man humiliated me publicly. With no remorse. So when I was hearing that audio played back by Amberheard's team, I was using this as implication to Johnny's nasty being recorded too. That's not what I heard. And that comes from my own experience too, to just discern and see through the root of the truth that if I was a man that was tired of the fucking shit, sick of it, and was done. And granted, he may have been intoxicated in some of those moments and so whatever. There was a moment in that crazy encounter that was one of many with that psychopath, that his brother, because when I started standing up for myself and doing that, was why his brother and him ended up getting into an altercation, because I was standing up for myself. And I guess that shifted the energy that his brother, his younger brother, who too has been afraid of him too, all of a sudden comes in and is like, stop, to defend me. And when that happened, which has never happened before except the one time that his mother did that. And there was a whole dramatic episode between his mother, who collapsed on the floor and all this kind of stuff. Anyways, that's just another story. But because the energy shifted and the transformation already had begun, the brother felt, I guess, the energy of support to be able to speak out too. And so that's what he did when he came into the room, and they started fighting too. And I'm talking about they were tussling on the floor, fucking shoving dog food in their mouths, and loads of shit. And this one's like a drunk lunatic, like laughing at the shit like a fucking psycho. You can't take me down, like some crazy ass like stuff. And when he was like following me around from room to room, his brother was there too to make sure that nothing occurred. But it was intense. It was crazy. Like, he kept suggesting to him, he's like, leave him alone, like leave her alone, like just go over there, go to sleep, like sleep it off, like that kind of thing. But he was like taunting and following me. And so because his brother was there too, I felt braver to say what I wanted to say. And so while he's like following me from room to room, and I feel cornered too. I said a lot of nasty things back too. That even his brothers started cracking. You have to understand that not everybody's voice of expression is gonna be bland. I'm a comical fucking person, and so finally this courage is being built within my thing, and I have sarcasm, you know what I mean? And so I also have creativity and imagination, and so the things that I said was some of them and just crazy, like, you know what I mean? And so if that had been audio recorded, you know what I mean? And someone was playing it back, they would hear like two people going at it with one another, insulting each other back and forth, with one being an aggressor and like whatever the case may be, I'm intoxicated truly. Either way, regardless of who started what, both parties would look a little not at their best version of themselves, you know what I mean? But that's not what I got from those audios, you know what I'm saying? And that's just coming from experience, like to know, like, especially if you're the victim of someone who you're afraid of, you don't even talk back. And the times that you do, you've paid and suffered for that too. Anytime that I have ever fought back, I paid for it. And that could be the delusion, distorted view of how that causes a lot of people that are being abused to submit to the abuse, because they think that every single time that they have tried, that it never worked for them favorably at any given time, so they stop trying. I remember one time, he had picked me up, and this is when I still had my own place. He had picked me up, and my dad was staying at my place, and so he was staying with my daughter. And I was going out, so I was dressed nice. And literally, I don't even remember. I can't tell you what it was about. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter what it was about. It was wrong. Okay? We get no more than 2 blocks away from my apartment in car, because he's driving. And I'm already alerted and alarmed to the horror show that I was going to experience if I didn't get the fuck out of there. From the moment he picked me up, he locked the fucking doors and drove away and started he already had like hit me in the car, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. So we get, and I'm like, the further he drives, the farther I am from home. I can make it. Mind you, I was wearing jeans at that time, and I don't really wear jeans. I don't wear jeans anymore. And I had like these boots on. I had these brown boots that went up to like here. And they had heels. They were like, I think they were Jessica Simpson, like brown leather boots or something like that. Whatever. The detailing of this little stupid stuff you can remember, right? Anyways, my fight or flight had popped off, my alert system. And so much so that while he was driving, I decided that this was my only opportunity to get out of here. And so I jumped out of the moving car and I started to run. for it. And 2 blocks. And let me tell you a little bit about me. I run fast. I was in track too, and I have medals for that. And if there's one thing I can do, is run. I'm pretty fast. But this is a dude. He fast too. And the saddest part of the story for me, that I couldn't shake, was that there was somebody there that saw everything and did nothing. Nothing. They watched as this man finally caught up to me when it was right before I turned the corner to go to a few houses down where my dad was not gonna let this happen. All I had to do was get to the fucking house. And right before I turned that corner, I got dragged for 2 or 3 blocks back to that car. And it was one of the most torturous, horrible nights of that relationship's existence. But either way, so when you get to the energy point of you're done, it shows. And I feel like that was the leveling of desperation that grew for this woman to do what she did and how she did and how she's choosing to go about her being a false person. So in the distant horizons, because I have to go, I'm going to end this here. So there is clearly, because this is marriage is coming up even upside down, right? It's coming up, I was saying bad health, you see. But the main male, Johnny, can expect great fortune. In the courthouse, that will be the imprisonment of a thief who has abundance, a lot of abundance. But either way, I do want to continue this oracle and inner sight for those that have been following it and want to talk about it and from an evolutionary perspective of how you can utilize all this information and really use this opportunity to travel back into spaces that you see. So like the whole point of what I was trying to say, even though I go into the babbling kind of thing, is that you know, give me a moment. Okay, I'm just articulating it in my own self because I'm trying now to wrap it up because I just saw the time. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like the time flies, you know what I mean? And this time I'm just gonna stop it and do a part 2 of this as well. So there will be a part 2 that I'm gonna continue this in regards to the evolution of using this opportunity to really watch this public court case with evolutionary eyes in terms of really learning what's happening here at this time in regards to the awakening happening at this time in terms of certain things being put on full display that are important in every kind of way. And no matter the display of how it comes out to entertain, don't get so caught up in the illusion of that way. Like, people are gonna argue about what's happening here in regards to things happening in this world, and everybody's over here paying attention to this as opposed to this and all this kind of stuff. You can get hit with this and you can do all this kind of stuff, but all of this is part of it, and all of it requires our leveling of openness to transform this and evolutionize from this, because there's much to learn from all of this. So yeah, so when in victim, or the one that's been oppressed and suppressed and abused, begins to start standing up for themselves, it's not pretty. So I just feel like in the defense of Amberheard and the audios and materials that they're providing against Johnny Depp in terms of his involvement in abuse, that is still not depicted in any of those audios too. So don't let them misconstrue or mislead. Like, hear it for yourself, and if you have yet to hear it for yourself, then don't opinionate. You know what I mean? But they're using material from a time where, as a person that has gone through abuse in her life, to be able to see the telltale signs of someone activating their throat chakra too, and position of root chakra power to just be done and be through with the person that they're done and through with. If there's one thing that if I ever say in a relationship, which has proven to be true, is don't want to get to a point where I'm tired of it all, because once I'm there, there's no turning back, right? And so that's what happens to those that do get out of those kind of situations. Once they reach that point of exhaustion for themselves, that they are standing up for themselves, there's no point in going back. And I love the point that they made about Johnny Depp making a point with him never letting her see his eyes. The eyes are the gateways to the soul. You have no access, bitch, right? And I don't mean it to her towards like that, but it's just in liberation of this recalibration of power, self-power, and self-love, to know that, no, you will never see my eyes again. You're not my friend. You don't even have my best interest at heart. And you tried to ruin me. And it's in this position of empowerment of truth that I stand authentic here, for real, that your crocodile tears don't mean shit to me. And that's how I feel about that kind of thing. Right? You're dead to me. And that's a high honorable place to be in regards to the gift that is being received here, in regards to the change that's happening even for him in his own occupation in every kind of way, right? Because something is being decided. There is things being decided here that it's more worldly, even though it's being put in a courtroom setting. It's like turning, because this is the only card that came out upside down, the poverty card, and it's like turning around in the poverty in this community that is concerned about what's happening here and the evolution that's happening here and stuff like that we're making clear. But putting to death here, look at this shit right under here, this fucking false person. Death to the false person. Death to the false person. The false person. Anyways, I do want to talk more openly about this because I find it to be absolutely evolutionary in terms of healing dynamics that I'll dive more into in terms of expression and try to get maybe more deliberate with my articulation if I get the opportunity to sit down and write notes in regards to this topic of discussion before I hit record. But either way, I'm just gonna, call it whatever I'm gonna call it, and express it however I'm gonna express it, and I'll be for whomever it's gonna be for. But either way, I'm excited to see the evolution that this brings into our 3D perceived reality, where the evolution of humankind begins to really see truth, and not from a distorted eye or lens, because it's really sad that it has to take tower moments sometimes, and hurt people hurting people to finally awaken a mass population of sheeples, sleepers, and people that swim in the sea of denial too, and become enablers in that too. And that's not what we're here to do. And so it is nice to be able to travel back into a space that's uncomfortable in every kind of way, but I have healed from. And now I'm able to be a part of something that is publicly being shared to really help and see with clarity the identification tags of certain kind of things, of realities, of narcissistic kind of tendencies and egos and abuse, and the tactics that are used that during the time of my experience I didn't really get to see with such healing clarity. And then after that journey of leaving that journey, I had my healing journey, and that was a different kind of journey, and it was self-reflective in every kind of way. And getting through that notion and trying to forget that kind of yesterday and moving on forward in every kind of way, there was a lot at stake. And so it's wonderful to be in the position of healing empowerment that I am in, to be able to watch this and find the articulation of helpfulness that this will be for those that find the manna in these kind of things, to register the things that are going to be shared here too, because this is really insightful in regards to healing, in regards to really learning to trust that what you know and see, and whom you are and what you bring to the table in every kind of thing, and really allowing yourself to see the toxicities from these testimonies, because your discernment and your intuition is on mother touching point. And although somebody might be saying one particular thing, your discernment and intuition is so clear, you see with such clarity, and it allows you to see from this outside perspective that has nothing to do with you, with the detachment of emotion too, to teach to you with the clearer sight too, that which you need to see too, and what has been around you or experienced by others, from others to you, that it's like educational. There's a lot of, although she's a female, that I can see. But either way, till next time, you know what I mean? Stay tuned.